One. Now, with analysis and results from today's local elections, David Dimbleby presents Labour at 5. Vote 2002.
Springtime and the annual celebration of democracy, when voters get their chance to tell the politicians face to face what they think of the way the country is being run. This year it's the turn of 22 million people in England to hand out the prizes in elections for nearly 6,000 council seats, everywhere from the big cities to towns and to suburbs. 2/3, in fact, of the English electorate able to vote, though no voting in the rest of Britain. From Birmingham and many other counting centres, we'll hear tonight the stories of joy or woe as candidates get their results. Basildon, a top Tory target, will give us an idea of how effective Ian Duncan Smith has been at presenting a new face for his party in his first 7 months as leader. He'll have his eye on places like the seaside resort of Hastings, hoping to oust Labour from control there. Norwich is exciting the Liberal Democrats with the mouth-watering prospect of taking a city which has been in Labour hands for almost all the past 70 years. And then there's Burnley and Oldham. The British National Party, with its anti-immigration policies, has only a fistful of candidates, but they've put fear into the hearts of the mainstream parties there. We've novelty too tonight, the election of England's first batch of mayors, apart from Ken Livingstone, already chosen for London. Elected mayors who are meant to reinvigorate local government. We've also got new ways of voting on trial, and the hope is that by offering easier access to the way you cast your ballot, more people will take part. They're trying every which way in Liverpool, where Richard Bilton is.
Yep, David, we're at the Albert Docks in Liverpool and we'll be checking out those new electronic methods. In some wards here in the city, you've been able to cast your vote by using the internet or texting it on the mobile, even just ringing it in direct on the landline. And throughout the night, we do want to hear your thoughts. We want to hear what you think about what's going on tonight. Do send us your comments by emailing the programme.
This is also the 5th anniversary of Tony Blair's triumphant or triumphalist arrival at number 10, and a good moment to look at his track record over the past 5 years. We'll be poring over it here, illuminated by cartoonist Peter Brook's view of the changing faces of the man. And in Edinburgh, Eddie May will hear what young people who voted for the first time in 1997 at the start of Blair's period in office think of his achievements.
I'm at the Edinburgh University Union. They have been voting here today, I think in the old-fashioned way, for the post of President and Vice President and so on of the Union. No word on turnout here yet, but if the poster campaign is anything to go by, it's featured near nudity and vodka bottles. It's been a lot more lively than the local elections in England. So the Blair record to date, analysed by people who voted for the first time in '97, with emphasis on constitutional change, not just here in Scotland, but throughout the UK, from Edinburgh a little later.
Well, we'll be going up there and hearing how things have gone in that election, no doubt, as well as what they think of the Tony Blair 5 years. Now, we've got a number of results already in Birmingham. We're saying is going to stay Labour. The first results suggesting that the Tories are not going to be able to challenge Labour there. That Labour's been making gains in Sheffield against the Liberal Democrats. That the turnout experiments in Stevenage in Hertfordshire, turnout has gone up to 53% from 29%, and that's fairly general, that turnout seems to have doubled where only a postal ballot is on offer. A number of places have stopped using the old, marking the cross in the box, and you get a postal ballot. We'll talk about that later on. And that's the effect there. So those are the first results, and we'll be tracking these, of course, during the night. There are the first figures. It doesn't tell you very much at the moment. On the screen, 4 Labour and 1 no overall control, no change so far. We'll give the results across the bottom of the screen. There in that little box we'll give a tally for the obviously red, blue, orange, grey, Grey is in overall control, so it's for Labour at the moment. And then early results going across there, no surprises in Gateshead and Havering, no change. South Tyneside, Labour hold, and all the rest of it. We'll be spilling across there all through the night the results, so you can follow your own particular council. They're very awkward, these local elections. They don't actually immediately tell you what's been going on. It's partly because some of these places, I won't go into the details because it really is too boring, but some places only have 1/3 of a council being elected. Some have the whole council being elected. The biggest places, the metropolitans, they're all being elected. And some of the wards have changed. So just to, unlike a general election where you can say, well, this side won, that side won, it is complicated. And we're relying for a proper analysis of it on Peter Snow. Peter.
Oh dear. Yes, David, it's going to be a fascinating job trying to make sense of this local election and trying to judge how the parties do. That's the task we have. Let's go back and look over the 5 years of this Labour government at the various votes that have been. Now, there was the great success, the landslide vote, 13% lead for Tony Blair and his triumphant landslide victory in 1997 in the general election. Now, a year after that, the first local election in his parliament, when William Hague was leading the Tory party, just like Ian Duncan Smith is now, so we can compare this local election with that one to see how well Duncan Smith does compared to Hague. Also, that local election in 1998 was the election on which most of the seats reporting tonight voted last time. There we have the Tories in second place, with Labour in first place, just 4% ahead. So that was a Labour win, with the Liberal Democrats doing rather well there at 25%. So that's the first benchmark, the first base, if you like, for tonight's results. Now, the second one is the local election of 2000, when 2 years later, William Hague, rather triumphantly, came 9% ahead of Labour in the share of the vote. The turnout was the record low of all time, down the low 30%. But the Tories won it, and the Liberal Democrats did pretty well to get 28%. That also has seats that are being contested and counted tonight, so that Tory win, as opposed to the Labour win there, is a base on which to base our judgment about how the parties are doing. And of course, the final judgment is how the parties are looking when we get the full projected share of the vote, as soon as we can, the next half hour or so, to compare with the general election outcome in the second general election last year, when Tony Blair won by 9%. So, what have we got so far? The votes are pouring in. We've got 54 wards out of some 2,000, 3,000 to come so far. Labour down at 70,000 votes here, well ahead of the Liberal Democrats in second place, 39,000, and the Tories, 24,000. Doesn't mean much at this stage. They're pouring in from the metropolitan districts here, Labour way ahead in the urban districts. Now, the change that this represents, on the local elections of 2000 are that the Labour Party are up by 4%, the Liberal Democrats down by 2%. It was of course, a bad election for Labour, the 2001. You expect them to be up. The Tories are down by 3%, but even so, they might, when we get the share of the vote, just pip Labour to win this election. We've got some benchmarks here, also the way of judging this election. Net change in councillors. You can guess how things are going by looking at the net changes. If the Tories are getting a net change of 100 plus, that's a poor result. They should be doing better than that. Because we're looking back at 98 now, that's when the main seats come from. Well done will be an increase of 500 for the Tories, a net change of 500. Dear me, for 200, they would just about say they had a lucky escape, Labour, if they were 200 down. If Labour were 500 down on the 98 ones, basically, it would be a severe setback for them. The Liberal Democrats doing pretty well in local elections. If they get 100, they'll be doing OK. And if they get something like 500 or 300, they'll be doing very well. It'll be a real breakthrough for them. A little bit later, as David was saying, we'll have the results of our poll of how you think Labour have done in their first 5 years, and also the challenge in front of the Conservatives. London was a complete wipeout for the Conservatives in the last election. They were wiped out by Labour. You can see how red the map was there. And one of those who survived was Ian Duncan Smith over here in Chingford on the northeast side of London. He won his seat. He's the Conservative leader now. And of course, his dream, the Conservative leader in Chingford, is to get somehow to number 10 Downing Street, another blue seat, incidentally, held by the Conservative City, London and Westminster in the last general election. Now, is there any way, rather like Dorothy and the Wizard of Oz, that he could carve himself out, not a yellow brick road, but a blue brick road? Look, there he goes, a blue brick road of seats changing from red for Labour to blue to Conservative that might take him to Downing Street. Well, we may get an idea as this local election proceeds.
Peter, thanks very much. Well, we do have one interesting little bit of news. I was talking about postal voting and people getting 50% of the vote out and just over 50% where there's a postal vote. But there was another big effort to try and get people to vote in areas where the BNP had a candidate, and early indications in Oldham suggest that 47% in one ward where the BNP are standing, 47% of people went to the vote, as against overall an average that's likely to be in the country as a whole something like 29%. So it looks as though, I mean, we can't tell till we get the result in, it looks as though that attempt to get people to go to the polls where the BNP are standing by the bigger parties may have worked. Well, now, we're joined now by Nick Robinson, who's in Enfield. Nick, good evening. What's gone on in Enfield today?
Enfield is waiting, David, because if you were up for Portillo those 5 years ago, you won't be able to forget this place. Remember the face of Michael Portillo, that wry smile from Stephen Twigg as he took the seat. This is representative of those outer London boroughs, blue for years, 3 Tory constituencies here, but in the past 5 years have become safe Labour areas. Now, if Ian Duncan-Smith is to do well, he wants to win councils like this in Enfield as a building block to those seats. He needs quite a few seats to change hands here at this council, and the faces here don't suggest that he's going to do it. But in another part of London, there is rather better news for Ian Duncan-Smith. Havering, rather near to his home patch of Chingford, we're hearing that they have picked up 14 seats, the Tories there. Doesn't quite give them control yet, but they might be able to take it. And interestingly, it's on the basis of one of these voting experiments. Postal voting there, the turnout over 45%. Here in Enfield, where it's conventional voting, some of the wards here are reporting turnouts as low as 15%.
Goodness me. Well, let's go to Oldham and see what's happening there, because there is a place, we've mentioned the BNP, where the BNP are standing, and Kevin Bouquet is there. Do you have any idea about turnout, Kevin, first of all?
Well, yes, you mentioned, David, the Hollingwood ward, the 47% turnout. Here's another one, Chadderton South, 43%. Both of these wards where the BNP is standing, and it's being interpreted by the mainstream parties, Labour and the Liberal Democrats, as evidence that people are turning out to vote against the BNP. In the Hollingwood ward, for example, the candidate there for the BNP is Mick Treacy. He's very well known locally. He stood in the general election this time last year, picked up 5,000 votes, 11% of the total. Now, the mainstream parties say that that has scared a lot of the population, and that's why they're turning out in large numbers. The BNP presumably would argue the other way. They'd say people are turning out to vote for them. But certainly as far as this count is concerned and other counts going on across the town, it does appear that the biggest smiles are on the faces of Labour and the Liberal Democrats. They are expressing optimism that they have withstood this BNP threat. They're beginning to talk about defeating the BNP in all 5 of the wards in which that party is standing.
Thanks very much, Kevin. And in Hartlepool, I think Peter Mandelson, there he is, at his count. Hartlepool's got an intriguing battle because it's one of the places that's going to have a mayor elected. And one of the candidates, indeed one of the candidates who's tipped to win, is a monkey. Well, not actually a monkey. It's somebody who is the mascot of the Hartlepool football team, and he dresses as a monkey every Saturday. But he's there supporting his own agent. I mean, that's Mr. Mandelson, the Labour candidate, straight, who he's hoping will win. Well, now let's just start some chat here around the table. We've got a number of guests during the evening, as ever. Nicole Smith is here from the Electoral Commission, Professor Anthony King, Professor of Government of Essex University, Andrew Marr, BBC's political editor. Could I just start, Nicole Smith, with you? We've been talking about these effects of these different attempts to get people to vote, and it's reported that postal ballots are working. What's your impression in the Electoral Commission of all the devices that are being used?
Well, the postal ballots are the ones that we know about so far because we're getting the figures as they come in, and we are getting really good turnouts there. They're in the 50s, some of them even in the 60s. So that's suggesting there is a really good effect there. The other pilots involve things like electronic voting, text message voting, telephone voting. We won't know until a bit later on this evening the impact of those. And the other really difficult thing to test is what we're measuring them against, because with an expected low turnout anyway, what are we really actually expecting from these pilots?
Yeah, well, 50% is pretty clear evidence that you're getting a better turnout.
Absolutely.
But are you at the Electoral Commission at all worried about the possibility of theft of ballots, of various kinds of graft and
fraud's obviously
impersonation and
yeah.
all the rest of it? I mean, because these are just bits of paper dropping in people's doors. How do you know you've gone to the right person and the right person's filled it in? You have kids going round offering a fiver, or You know,
yes, that's
can I
why
buy
these are
any
pilots.
ballot papers to buy? You know?
Well, not that we're aware of yet, but that's why these are pilots. We want to test it. We want to see what works and where the problems do lie. There were a lot of anxieties around, particularly about the electronic voting and security and fraud, but actually nothing that we've seen yet suggests that's been a problem. There has been quite strong risk management processes put in place, and we haven't yet seen problems. That's not to say they won't come through, and we will be evaluating them closely to see what the effect is.
But in your view, is it the way of the future? I mean, in the next general election, are we all going to have a number of options of the way we vote? Is the postal ballot going to become, is it going to replace the stubby pencil and pulling the curtain? And
I think certainly in the wake of these pilots we need to look at that. The government's talked about wanting to see an e-enabled election sometime after
What on earth does that
2006.
mean?
Well, ask the government. But I think what it means is something where if we wanted to vote electronically, we could.
Right.
So I don't think we're looking at a future where everyone's going to be forced to go and log on to a computer to vote, but looking at ways of opening up voting to give people chances to vote in different ways.
Could people talk about e-voting when actually what they mean is that the votes are being counted electronically, which is quite different. You're talking about not having to go down to the polling station in the pouring rain to cast your ballot.
Absolutely.
Yes. Tony King, just tell us what we should be looking for in these elections. If we want to measure, I haven't introduced our political guests yet, but I will, but if we want to measure what this election in England tells us about the state of British politics and the position of the parties, what kind of things should we be watching out for?
Well, the real benchmark is the elections when these very same councils were fought back in 1998. And that was a pretty good outcome for the Labour Party, though not nearly as good as the general election at the previous year. The Labour Party finished first, the Tories were second, the Liberal Democrats were a very strong third. And the question really is, will Labour produce this time round the same kind of performance that it did 4 years ago? And the early indications are that although Labour won't do quite as well as it did in 1998, it looks as though Labour is going to do better than an awful lot of people in the party feared it might. It will probably just finish behind the Tories in terms of our estimate of the share of the national vote, but not very far behind, and not nearly as far behind as in 2000, 2 years ago, after which Labour went on to win a huge general election victory. It does look also from the very early results as though, despite what's happening in Sheffield, the Liberal Democrats are going to do pretty well. And one of the intriguing questions will be, will the Liberal Democrats be gaining ground that they have lost over the last few years to the Tories, or will they actually be taking votes from Labour? We don't know that yet.
Okay. Results so far in suggest that the average turnout tonight is going to be 33%, I'm told, which is an improvement.
Quite good. Yep.
Andrew?
Not bad compared to the last. 98 was 28.8%, 29% in 2000. So that would actually be moving ahead. Now, of course, we've had the postal votes coming in, so that turnout may be skewed at this
But in
stage.
quite a small number of places.
In a small number of places. Yes. But that would be quite good. And I think one of the possibly mildly historic aspects of this evening is that if the postal voting is as successful as we think it is, we may see, you know, a bonfire of ballot boxes, frankly, and many councils may move over to postal voting forever, and that may be one of the consequences of this evening.
I'll bring in our politicians just a moment, but just before I do, mark their card too. I mean, is it a real test, both for all three parties? Is number 10 anxious about it? Ian Duncan Smith, you know, biting his nails? Liberal Democrats, I don't know. Don't bite nails, do they?
Whatever Liberal Democrats do instead of biting
perennially
their nails.
Optimistic.
It's a funny kind of test because it's not a real serious mathematical test in the sense that the people that go out and vote are the political enthusiasts. You know, lots of people who are really keen on politics will vote, but you don't really get a sense of what the rest of the country will do. However, it does matter because it matters enormously to the kind of morale and momentum of the parties and the foot soldiers on the ground. If they're making advances now, then their tails will be up, they'll be readier to go out and raise money and do all the things that you need to do to keep a party going. So it's a question of momentum and direction.
Well, let me introduce the guests we have here. Charles Clarke, Chairman of the Labour Party, MP for Norwich South, one of the places that the Liberal Democrats are hoping to take tonight. I don't know whether you've got any indications on that yet, but we'll come to that. Michael Howard, Shadow Chancellor, and Matthew Taylor, the Liberal Democrat Treasury spokesman. Charles Clarke, can I just come to you first? The turnout at 33%, You were obviously worried it was going to be low. People have been saying, oh, well, they're disillusioned with Labour and they're not going to go and vote because they don't really like what Labour's doing. A lot of the polling evidence suggests that. Does 33 give you encouragement and hope that maybe a bit more of your message is getting through?
Certainly encouragement. I mean, we fought very hard to contest this election to raise turnout, and it's not just the 33% figure. I've got in front of me the DTLR press release of postal votes, 61% in Chorley, 50% in Gateshead, Middlesbrough 41% compared to 29% recently, South Tyneside 55%, Stevenage you mentioned earlier, 52%, Trafford 49%. These are quite serious figures. They're not the final up-to-date figure because I think they're a few hours before the polls were finally counted, but this is a solid achievement which we were for. Well, they were only introduced, David, in places where all parties agreed they should be. In Norwich, for example, our party wanted postal votes, but the Lib Dems did not, so we're voting in the normal way tonight. I'm very pleased with this. I think it's a major step forward. And I think it is a rebuff to those who say people aren't interested in politics. Now, of course, we have to do an immense amount more still, but it's a positive story so far, which we should be encouraged by. All right.
Well, let me throw a stone into this pond. Based on the key wards so far, and it's what, just nearly 11 o'clock, we've got the Conservatives on 34, Labour on 34, equal, Liberal Democrats on 27.
Well, I mean, better than one of the benchmarks you indicated earlier for us, which was the election 1 year into the last Parliament. But I want to take up something that Charles has said. I don't think we should get carried away by this increase in voting percentage to 33%. 33% isn't great.
Better than going downwards.
Well, of course it is. But, you know, let's not get carried away. 1 out of 3 only people voting. I'm delighted that it's gone up. But there's a long way to go before we can claim that local elections have really captured the imagination of people to the point where they go out to vote, and that's the prize. I mean, interestingly, in talking about the different methods of voting that have been used, I think that one of the things the government was originally going to experiment with in the last Parliament was voting machines, but that was before the American presidential election. I think they decided to drop that.
No hanging chance.
Matthew Taylor, if it's true you're 27 against 34 and 34 for the others, it's not the hottest of nights for you. It's up 2 points, I suppose, from last local times. Yes, maybe it's right.
We're not going to complain about that result.
No.
What we already know is that we're winning seats right across the country, including some from the Conservative Party.
Well, everybody wins some, don't
they? For example, it looks like the Conservatives are losing Cheltenham, which is a very good result from our point of view, but certainly big gains from Labour across the urban areas. The important thing, I think, is first, I'd just like to say I support postal ballots. I think it's good to get the higher turnouts they deliver. It seems, for all the talk about electronic voting, it actually does deliver the result in a simple, traditional way, but one that's highly effective. And secondly, if your polling results are anything like accurate, this is a disastrous result for the Conservatives, much worse than the results in 2000, from which they went on to lose the general election massively.
All right, we'll come back to you, Michael Howard. We'll come back to you. Let's just hear Peter Snow's interpretation of how things are at the moment. Peter.
Well, David, yes, we can now give, as you heard you yourself mention the figures earlier, we can now give people a clear idea of what we reckon at this early stage is the projected share of the voters in this local election. Now, this is the decisive figure today, the implications for the parties nationwide. Here we have the Labour Party looking like 34%, 34.0, probably a bit precise at this stage, 34%. The Liberal Democrats on 27%. That would be level with the sort of records they score in local elections, a pretty good result for them. The Tories on 34%, absolute tie between the two main parties. Don't forget the Tories have to win a general election some 43%, so although it may look all right for them, they still have got a very long way to go. Now, the change this represents on the general election just a year ago, to give you an idea where the parties lie, is that Labour are down by 8% on the general election, 42% that they scored then. The Liberal Democrats well up there, 8.2% ahead. They tend to do this, very frustrating for them. They tend to do very well in local elections and go flop down again at general elections, although they got a lot of seats last time, must be fair to them. And the Tories only 1.3% up on the general election. So let's just see that now in the form of our swingometer. This is the way we judge the real effect, the real implications for the Westminster parties. Open the doors there, and there's the swingometer. Now, our laser beam is pointing right now at no swing at all. If there's no swing from the last general election, there would remain a Labour majority, as you can see there, of 167. Now, here are the Labour Party all over here, the Tory Party rather, all over here on the left. If there was a swing to the left, a swing to Labour of 10%, then all those blue MPs would turn red. There'd be a huge Labour majority, as you can see, of some 350 over there, if that happened. But the swing has to go to the Tories if they're to get anywhere near winning a general election. They need no less than a 10.4% swing, knocking all those red MPs into blue, a 10.4% swing to get a majority of just one in the new Parliament. Now, those projected share figures I showed just now suggest if people voted that way in the general election, which of course they probably won't, but it is a local election, but that sort of switch in the share of the vote would be a swing to the Conservatives, but not a very big one. Here's the swing that you would see to the Conservatives then if this were a general election on that basis. 4.5% swing to the Tories. Look how some of those red Labour MPs have turned blue, but nothing like enough. It's still a Labour majority. Look and see where the laser beam is pointing. Just under 100 majority for Labour still, if this swing happened at a general election. But the polls are suggesting a rather different swing. And the opinion polls are suggesting a swing not to the Tories, but to Labour of some 3%. Now, you have a problem then in choosing which swing is the right one. The trouble is that the opinion polls are asking the question, as local elections aren't, they're asking the question, how would you vote in a general election? So perhaps the opinion polls here may be a better guide to what would happen in a general election tomorrow. A swing to Labour, not to Conservative, David.
Tony King, how much do you think we can use these local election results as a guide? I mean, is it better than opinion polling?
Oh, I don't know that it's better than opinion polling for the reason Peter just gave. The results, nevertheless, so far are absolutely fascinating. I think a lot of people thought, the Tories hoped, the Labour Party feared, that the electorate would take this first opportunity really to say what they thought of the government, which was not much. They've elected the government. They certainly don't want to kick the government out, but an awful lot of people thought they'd want to give the government a kicking for failing to deliver, for being rather sleazy, for not being entirely candid all the time. And this clearly isn't happening. Over the 80s and 90s, there were innumerable occasions when the voters used local elections quite clearly to send a message to a government that they did not approve of the government's performance, irrespective of what they proposed to do at the next election. And this clearly isn't happening. If I were at...
And yet the polling, as you rightly said, suggests that people are very disillusioned with this government on the National Health Service, on crime.
Correct.
Only on the economy are they doing well, in effect.
But the economy is hugely important, and also in the local elections, people have an opportunity, at not too great cost to themselves, to send a message to Whitehall. And they are not sending the kind of message an awful lot of people thought they were going to.
Do you agree with this?
Yes, I do, though I'd say you have to put a bit of the political story into it. This is very, very early in the life of the Parliament. Ian Duncan Smith is only beginning to refashion the Conservatives in a different way. Part of that refashioning is clearly going to be a big emphasis on localism. But I think most voters have not yet got much of a sense, really, of what the Conservatives are going to be like under Ian Duncan Smith, and therefore it is almost meaningless at this stage to take these kind of events and say this is a judgment on the kind of Tory party that's going to be standing at the next election. It's too early, they haven't made enough decisions. I do think it's interesting, however, that they're not coming out to cuff the Labour Party. I wonder to what extent that is because Labour activists and loyalists have had their tails lifted a little bit by the budget, for instance, and Labour are perhaps getting out a few more of their relatively disillusioned loyalist troops than they might have done had they not gone for such a sort of relatively left-of-centre budget.
Does that speculation ring true with you?
Oh, I think it makes perfectly good sense. And what it underlines is just how long the Tory long march is going to have to be. The Conservative Party has now been out of office for 5 years, and in local elections with an not altogether popular government, the Conservatives still can't get more than 34% of the vote in local elections, which is roughly what they got at the last general election.
Okay. Michael Howard, let me put that to you. Whose version of the truth do you prefer? Presumably Andrew Marr's, it's a bit early to start
Andrew
saying.
Marr is certainly closer to it, but I really don't think people should get carried away. These are very early results. We haven't got a complete picture yet of what's happening tonight.
Well, the ward results are usually quite accurate.
Well, let me give you know, we've won, as was pointed out, 14 seats in Havering, where actually Labour have dropped down to 3rd place. We've won Malvern Hills Council, won control of Malvern Hills Council, having taken a seat from the Liberal Democrats in a by-election. So, I mean, I'm quite happy with these early results. But Andrew Marr is absolutely right. Ian Duncan-Smith has been leader of the party for not quite 8 months. And, of course, we've got a long march. That's absolutely right. We know that. Absolutely right. And we are running our campaign and our strategy on that basis. Frankly, I don't think tonight's results really matter a jot as a pointer to the outcome of the next general election. Things are going to change between now and then. There is a long time to go. There's a great deal of work that we have to do, and we know that. We've started on the process, but so far tonight the results are perfectly satisfactory.
Perfect. I mean, let's not bother about particular wards that you've won or other people have won, because
even overall.
Well, let's wait until we get all the councillors in. But I mean, the popular vote is perhaps more important. But what about the point that Andrew Marr was making, that what's noticeable is that the electorate hasn't given, in his words, the government a good kicking tonight?
I think it's too early to tell.
I mean, are you disappointed if they haven't? Will you be disappointed?
I think it's too early to tell. If Labour dropped to 3rd in a borough like Havering, I mean, that sounds to me like a fairly good kicking in Havering. So I think it's far too early to reach judgments like that.
All right. Charles Clark?
Well, just on Havering, we had a pretty good kicking in the general election too. That's where we lost 2 seats there, and there was a particular factor on the Essex-London border, which I'm sure Tony would confirm, which is a factor, and Michael's right to say it's a good result for the Conservatives in Havering and a bad result for us. But we've got good results in other places, as you've just outlined them. I think the key point here is we set a target of doing as well as we did in May 2000, where we did very poorly. You may recall the 75p budget issue, for example, when you're talking about morale of party activists at that time. It looks like we're well ahead of that. We had 30% in the share of vote at that time. It looks like we're on 34. The Tories had 39. It looks like they're doing less well than that. They, if they were to match what they did in May 2000, would need to be taking Birmingham. It looks like we've taken Birmingham with an increase in share of the vote of about 3% since then. You won't find me tonight, David, at any point saying we're doing great. They're doing badly, because I don't think that's very constructive. I happen to agree with Michael that a lot of this is about local elections and doesn't give much of a read in as to where it's happening in the future. But I would say they need to have done better than they appear to have done, the Conservatives, to be able to claim they're really on the move. I don't think they can claim that out.
Let me just give you one bit of news. The BNP's hope of taking, Mike Treacy, hope of taking a ward in Oldham, the one that had that 47% turnout, has failed. The BNP hasn't won that one ward in Oldham. We have more results to come in. And let's just have a look at how things stand at the moment on councils. We've got 8 Labour, no change. Conservative 2, no, well, it's very interesting, isn't it? Conservative 2, no change. No overall control. 3, no change. So 0, 0, 0 alteration to the pattern of things at the moment. And on councillors, now councillors is a bit dodgy also at this stage of the evening, because there are fewer councillors being elected in these councils than there were last time round because of ward changes. So you may, the odd -10, -5, whatever it is, may simply mean that the ward where the person sat has vanished and they didn't take it again. But anyway, when it gets later in the evening, those figures will be significant. Anyway, 110 down 25 for Labour at the moment, up 31 for the Conservatives on 74 so far. Liberal Democrats down 10, Independents down 5. So the count is going on. I don't know where we can see it going on, but there doesn't seem very much going on. Weymouth East, yes. Tempted to say frenetic counting, but it doesn't look particularly frenetic. And Wyke Regis, waiting for the ballot papers to come. And Weymouth West. Right, well, that's all going on. And Maze Hill, the usual scene, validation of the ballots. Some places actually didn't close an hour and a half ago, those closed, but 1 or 2 places kept their polling stations open until 10, the general election time. It's normally 9 in the local elections. Well, now, I said at the very beginning of this programme that it was 5 years ago since Tony Blair walked into Downing Street as Prime Minister. And tonight, apart from giving the local election results, we're also going to be talking about and looking at the record of his government and whether that government has kept the promises they made. correspondents are going to be drawing up a balance sheet of pluses and minuses, assessing the public's response to different aspects of New Labour's record. And in the first of these reports, Evan Davis examines New Labour and the economy.
And it was Gordon Brown who had to make things better for the new government. Plenty of goodwill awaited him at the Treasury, but few good precedents. Every Labour government had suffered some kind of economic disaster.
The step that we've taken in changing the dollar rate of exchange of the pound sterling.
From now on, the pound abroad is worth 14% or so less in terms of other currencies.
I'm going to negotiate with the IMF on the basis of our existing policies.
The mission was to avoid the mistakes of the past.
Spending hopefully for the first 2 years, telling the people the party was over, but acting as if it had barely begun.
Act 1, the meticulous preparation. Nothing for New Labour was to be left to chance. Here at the Grosvenor House Hotel in Park Lane, Gordon Brown and his close advisers had plotted a strategy for crisis-free government.
This was the informal base for the planning of economic strategy because it was here that Gordon Brown's close associate Geoffrey Robinson had a flat with a safe. So blueprints of policies could be locked away, everything from the windfall tax to other elements of the first Gordon Brown budget.
All of the period post-1994, when Tony became leader, was only about one thing, it was winning the next election. We would get together at my flat and work out in the gym and watch football as well. But if ever there was a priority, it was always the work, and the outcome was that we came to office as the best prepared opposition, certainly in the whole post-war period.
And the strategy? Out-Tory the Tories. First, get Labour out of interest rate policy.
I have therefore decided to give the Bank of England operational responsibility for setting interest rates, with immediate effect.
Second, stick to the Tory spending plans for 2 years. And third, get your team to import some American policies. Work as a form of welfare, a new minimum wage, but set at a cautious rate. It all fitted the Chancellor's austere character, the man who dressed down at a posh city function where others dressed up. Put it down to his Presbyterian background or whatever. For the economy, at least, it works well.
But the economic success comes at a price. To keep the economy stable, Gordon Brown stopped the government borrowing money, which meant he didn't spend all the money he had coming in. While that's good news for the books, that isn't great news for public services.
Whatever success Gordon Brown and his key advisers might have had on inflation and unemployment, back in the world of public services, things looked as bad as ever. A winter flu crisis left the NHS exposed. So now it was not to be the economy stupid, it was public services. A new priority, new cash to spend. Alas, new results were harder to deliver.
The worst thing in the world is somebody comes along suddenly says, turn on the tap and off you go, because it takes a long time to prepare spending, capital spending in particular. And if you rush it, you'll get it wrong.
Labour had left it too late for quick results. Government departments were out of the spending habit. Then came cock-ups and crises, a paltry 75p pension increase. The London Underground, endless talk with private companies about renovation, but precious little renovation. And fuel protests, a revolt at those stealth tax rises that had brought little to show for them in better transport. Come the election last year, discontent was uncomfortably apparent.
Nurses and staff are doing their best, and you're just not giving them the money to make the facilities better for them.
And so to a second term, and a second chance for the Chancellor to get public services right, however much money it might take.
From April next year, there will be an additional 1% national insurance contribution from employers, employees...
And that's the big gamble. Will Gordon Brown's attempts to save the NHS knock the economy off the rails? Or will he now be the man to deliver a double win, both a strong economy and world-class public services? If he succeeds, well, he can expect to walk into the job he's always wanted, as Prime Minister.
Do you believe that?
Do I believe what, David?
You didn't hear what Evan Davis said?
Well, he said walking into a job as Prime Minister, Gordon is an extremely successful Chancellor of the Exchequer. I think most people concede he's been very effective. Many people in my party think he'd be an outstanding Prime Minister, as I think other people would be as well. But I don't think there's any vacancy. I think it's an issue which is, frankly, a ludicrous issue to discuss. What Gordon's trying to do is to run the economy as successfully as he can for the government as a whole. He works very closely both with the Prime Minister and the other members of the Cabinet on that, and that will continue.
OK. Let's join Nisha Pila in Birmingham. Nisha, good evening. Hi there, can you hear me?
Hi there, David.
Yeah.
It's been quite a night here. It's a tremendous hubbub here in the town hall because the big news is that Labour has held on to control of Birmingham City Council, and the Tories, terrible disappointment for them, they've only won 4 out of the 10 seats they targeted. Now, it wasn't looking like this earlier. Labour was really looking quite nervous. Their press officer was saying it's on a real knife edge. Albert Bohr, the leader of the council himself, admitted they've made quite a hash of things in the last 6 months. At the end of the day, the turnout was up, and another bonus there, despite excellent football results. And they held on, so a very good result for Labour there. We were looking at that interesting report by Evan a moment ago on the economic record over the past 5 years, and with me here in the town hall to look at the wider picture is Howard Marshall, chairman of the West Midlands CBI, and Val Gibson from West Midlands Unison. Howard, if I may start with you, what's your verdict on the last 5 years of New Labour?
Well, we've seen an extraordinary 5 years, really. We've seen a very stable monetary management, MPC, which has been quite a success in controlling interest rates and so forth. And we've seen stable personal taxation. But we've also seen the lowest investment since the war. Extraordinary low investment rates. And in a way, the story is now over, because the last 5 years is really a story and the chapter's closed. The real thing now is what's going to happen now with the Chancellor changing gear and spending enormous amounts of money and now pledging very substantial rate increases in a number of major departments.
And that's what people want, the public spending.
Yeah.
But big business not so happy about the increase in national insurance.
That increase in national insurance is a really serious increase. It may only look like 1% on an employer, but I mean that could be as much as 5% of profits or 5% added to the losses of a small business.
And a big hit on jobs, no doubt. Val Gibson, you probably have a rather different take on this. The public spending is exactly what your members have been looking for.
It is indeed exactly what our members have been looking for. We welcome the injection of money into the public services. Under the Tories, councils veered from one crisis to another at the end of each financial year looking for cuts.
But your members are going to want a big slice of that. What is it going to mean for wage pressures?
Well, first of all, our main concern is the public services. We are delighted about the money that's being injected into the health service, for instance, something that we really need to protect.
Val Gibson, Howard Marshall, there we must leave it. Thanks so much for joining us. And that's pretty much the view from Birmingham Town Hall. Back to you, David, in the studio.
Thanks very much, Nisha. One bit of news we've had, which is the first elected mayor after Ken Livingstone for London, the mayor of Newham in the London Borough, Sir Robin Wales, no particular surprise, was elected in that safe place. So there are now 2 mayors. Now, I was rather hoping we could talk to Peter Snow, but maybe we can't quite do that. Peter, we were talking about Labour's record in its first 5 years. What do you know about what people think about that record?
Well, quite a lot after the poll we've done, David. Let me just first of all, though, show you the extraordinary record, looking back at the opinion polls right the way back over this government. There's Tony Blair's win, the 44-31, 17% general election win, with Blair in the lead by 13%. The opinion polls since then have just put the Labour Party, leaving aside elections, they've put the party right the way ahead of everybody else, with that one blip at the time of the fuel crisis in the autumn of 2000, when the Tories just for a moment overtook Labour. But then look what happens. Labour immediately adjusts itself up there to the high 40s again, and is on 45% at the moment, with the Tories down there on 29%. Really almost exactly what was going on at the general election a whole 5 years ago. So in broad public support, Labour really flying on, with people saying, yes, we think Labour's top. But when you come to look at our ICM poll, you see when it comes to delivering the things people really want, Labour clearly are not winning people's attention. And they really are not matched here, the support that they get in the broad public opinion polls. Now, before it took power, we asked people, and over the last 5 years, Labour said some things about what they hope to achieve. Which of the following do you think they have delivered on? Yes or no? And we started by asking them about a strong economy. Labour saying, we will deliver a strong economy. There's Gordon Brown. Now, if that balloon stays fully inflated, you all think that Labour's delivered a strong economy. It goes down a bit. You still see Gordon Brown quite clearly in the middle there. 61% believe that Labour's delivered a strong economy. But look now at what's happening on the public services. Education, 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 they shouted in 1997. Watch the balloon this time, and it goes right down to 37% people thinking that education's been delivered. The NHS, have you saved the NHS? People were asked. Yes, Labour has saved the NHS, say only 31% of all people. A big gap there between 31% and 100%. On crime, Tony Blair himself, tough on crime, tough on the causes of crime when he was Shadow Home Secretary. What do people think he's delivered on that? Only 25% think he's delivered on crime. And as for transport policy, there's John Prescott in the middle of his balloon there. Just watch him deflate. Whoops. Down he goes, 14%. Only 14 people in every 100 think that Labour's delivered on an integrated transport policy. What about the policy the Labour Party attacked the Tories on so heavily, putting an end to sleaze? Has Labour delivered on that? Well, the answer is only 20% think they have, David. So on the whole, they haven't delivered, people think, on most of those important policies, except the economy.
Peter, thank you very much indeed. Just before we go and talk to Peter Mandelson about some of those things, we've had the result in from Ada. Conservatives gain it from no overall control. Here are the actual figures. Conservatives up 5, Labour down 1, Liberal Democrats down 4. Surprised, Matthew Taylor, by that?
Is that councillors or council? I don't know. You haven't given us the detail.
That is councillors. That's down 4. You've lost 4 wards.
I mean, not really, no. It's not a huge difference. And that's an area, like many others tonight, where the Conservatives ought to be making enormous gains as Conservative territory. The truth is they're making marginal gains in what was strong Conservative territory and no real inroads into Labour, which is what the Liberal Democrats are doing. Well, I mean, in terms of effective opposition to Labour, looking around the country, Norwich, Hull, Bristol, Islington, Lambeth, you're seeing big Liberal Democrat gains and the Conservative Party nowhere.
Okay. This is absolute rubbish. I mean, you've just shown us win a significant number of seats. Of course, you know, this doesn't mean that we're going to win the next election or anything remotely like that. But it's absurd for Matthew Taylor to describe things in the way in which he does.
Adder was a Lib Dem council. I'm sure there will be Lib Dem gains this evening, certainly in Norwich. I think Hull also, there's going to be some Lib Dem gains. But Bolton, Birmingham, Leeds, Rochdale, Wolverhampton are all places which, if the Conservatives had performed as well as they did in 2000, would have been lost to Labour. Labour is keeping these places. We were concerned. We were under threat in Birmingham. We were under threat in Leeds. We were under threat in Bolton. We were under threat in Wolverhampton. But we've kept our control in all those cases.
Charles has been wandering around the country saying that Labour were going to lose all these councillors. There was never any chance they were going to lose all these
Let's go to Hartlepool and join Peter Mandelson. Mr Mandelson, good evening. Thank you for joining us. Now, how's your candidate for mayor going, or is the monkey going to win?
I don't know who's going to win because the count is still taking place, but I'm certainly very pleased and very proud that Hartlepool is amongst those few towns in the country who are leading the way in this innovation. I think it's going to strengthen local government in Hartlepool enormously and wherever this innovation is being applied.
Now, you were one of the architects, perhaps some would say one of the principal architects of Labour's victory 5 years ago. And I don't know whether you were able to hear the verdict of voters on those 5 years that Peter Snow was giving. Are you disappointed that on some of the key issues, education, the NHS, crime, transport, so few people seem to think you've delivered in those 5 years?
I'm not disappointed by that because I think that some people will characterise their view of the government's performances and record as being half full, others as half empty. And I think that if you ask people...
A third full, actually, according to our figures.
Well, I think if you ask people whether they think that the government has the right approach in all these policy areas, whether they think the government is moving in the right direction, and whether we think that we are performing competently, I think the answer to all those questions will be yes, yes, and yes. People do think we're going in the right direction. They do think we're behaving competently as a government, and I think they are understandably impatient to see yet further delivery on our programme.
Did you waste 3 years or 4 years by not getting stuck into things like the NHS sooner?
I think that the initial judgment of the government to maintain the spending programme as it was when we came into the government was absolutely right. I think it was essential to place that economic bedrock, that foundation for the rest of our programme in place, and I think that has been vindicated, not least by the budget this year. I think that in certain areas of policy, for example the National Health Service, I would accept that some of the initial moves were perhaps a little timid, they were perhaps a little centralising, they perhaps lacked innovation. I think the difference between the government's approach in the second term as compared with the first is quite marked, and I think you're going to see a lot of radical moves in all those areas that you've identified, and I think you're, as a result, going to see much deeper and stronger delivery in the second term than we saw in the first.
But timidity and lack of innovation is not presumably what you imagined Labour would deliver in the first 4 years?
I think that we came into government in a rather cautious way. After all, we'd been in opposition for 18 years. Our ideas were untested, our ministers were untried. I think that our priority was to make sure that we put in place the economic fundamentals, the stability that was necessary, the platform for everything else that we wanted to do. I think we are catching up fast in all the other policy areas, and that's why I'm confident that whilst the hardest is yet to come, I think also the best is yet to come, and I think that the second term of the government will demonstrate that.
Just one point, and then I was going to ask you to listen to the voices of some voters from Liverpool, if you would.
Yeah.
But just one point on this. The Labour government has stacked up vast amounts of money, a third more tax than the Tories had when they went out of office, just sitting there. Do you think the money, their spending is on the NHS, for instance, going to be less, the spending on public services less than the Tories when they went out as a proportion of the economy? You say things are going to get better now, but do you think it's possible in the period between now and the general election to use that money effectively to deliver the kind of change that you know people want?
The reason I feel confident about it is that it is important not just to spend money to throw resources at public services, but to get your programme of investment, of change and reform in place. And I think there was a wee bit of Gordon Brown's thinking right at the beginning, not simply to stabilise the economy and make sure the fundamentals were in place, but also the programme of reform and change was in place so that the money was spent well, so that we wrung the changes from the resources that we were putting into these public services, and I think that's absolutely right, and I think that radicalism is required, more so in certain areas of our public sector, and I think that's what you're going to see in the second term.
Can you stay with us and listen to these people from Liverpool with Richard Bilton? Thanks very much. Richard.
Yeah, we heard that, David. Still very lively in the bar here, a big turnout on election night, but in the wards they've had one or two problems back down the years. Fewer than 1 in 5 people have turned out to vote at the last election, and of course a big problem is trying to get young people interested in voting. We've got some under 25s with us tonight, Peter, Laura and Che. Peter, you know, we heard Peter Mandelson there talking about change and radical policies. What is it that would get you interested in politics? What are the issues for you?
I think education and primarily honesty from politicians. We want to know the layman's terms of what's going on in the country, and that involves young people, and therefore they can go out and be interested in politics and be interested in voting for the people who are in power.
Laura, when you hear politicians talking, as we did there, about changes in the country and a radical reform, does that inspire you? Do you want to go out and vote? Does it reach out to you?
I don't know, no. I think it's got to be like area issues towards, for me, I mean, especially with like young people, I think it should be like more about like, for me, like community-based stuff. So do we want to get more youth centres and get young people off the streets, and do we want to be talking about issues like drug issues and more about unemployment issues which would affect the young people?
And have you heard that, or does that pass you by?
No, I don't think it has. I think if it has been said, I think it's passed me by because of the information it's been said in. It hasn't been said in our language.
So Laura wasn't inspired, Che. I mean, what the Labour Party said in the build-up to this election was, you know, what happened in France, the success of the far right should be a wake-up call, should drive people out to vote. Did it wake you up?
I think the wake-up came about a year ago. I live in Liverpool now, but I'm originally from Oldham. And the stuff that happened there, it shouldn't have to get to that level. before people have to come out and vote against people who are coming up and attacking certain people.
So there are issues there then. I mean, we're constantly being told that, you know, apathetic young people, they're not bothered about politics. Is it the way politics is put to you?
Yeah, it's sort of like if you're young, there's certain things that interest you, and it seems like the politicians don't sort of go around those issues. Jobs for me is I'm going to come out of university soon, and I want a job and I want money to be able to support myself.
Laura, you're nodding away there, you're obviously in agreement. When you see politicians, you were just watching Peter Mandelson there, can you see that there is a link, that those are the people that are saying, you know, come out and vote for us, or are you nodding away with Jay that things seem to be slightly lost?
Yeah, definitely. I think the language that politicians are using, if they're trying to get young people to vote, I think they're using the totally wrong language. We don't understand what they're saying. All right, yeah, the issues might relate to us, but we don't know. I mean, who are you meant to vote for? You're meant to vote for the people that you understand, and unless they say it in our language, then that's the only way we're going to start.
Hang on, Peter, shouldn't young people make more of an effort, though? It's absolutely important, it's integral to the system that young people vote. Why is it that that link's not there at the minute, then, do you think?
Well, young people, and essentially I feel young voters, don't really feel they have that change or influence on social democratic movements within the country, because there's no attraction to it. They're spoken down to, and I think really they need to be more involved and emphasising the points of we're doing this for you and we respect your opinions and what you want to do and what you want to do for change.
So what about the actual voting process itself? Here in Liverpool there's been real problems getting people out onto the streets, so they've tried these new methods, they've tried to get people to use their mobile telephones, the computers, using the landlines. Has that made a difference to you, Peter?
Yeah, well, essentially it's going to be faster, it's going to be easier, and it's you know, security measures are in place. It's easier for especially students because they're near computers, they all have mobile phones. So those are very going to be easy. If they're going to have more young voters coming out to vote.
What about you, Laura? You're clearly not happy with the whole system. We're all letting you down a bit. Is that a gimmick that'll get you back in, or?
I think so, yeah. I mean, young people have busy lifestyles, so it's easy enough to just sit down, especially if you've been from work, to sit down, relax, and then use the phone. I mean, because we are interested, we do want to stay in our community.
And what about you, Jay? Just finally, bring it together for us. You know, I know you use text. Is that the way forward, or is it a bit more than that? It's partly that, and it's also, you know, it's making it easier for access, but it's also engaging people in the whole process. We need the issues that we care about, and it doesn't seem like the government are coming out and talking
Jay,
to us.
That's great. Laura, Peter, thanks very much indeed. These are our young voters, clearly not very happy at the moment. And don't forget, you can keep emailing us here on the programme at vote2002@bbc.co.uk. David.
Richard, thanks very much. Well, Peter Mandelson, I don't know how much of that you were able to hear.
A little bit.
What's your comment on those young people whose vote, of course, you'll be needing?
My comment is that, like most of the country, they're not interested in the old politics. They're not interested in old-style left-wing and Labour politics. They're not interested in the new right politics of the Conservative Party. They do want something fresh. They do want something different that seems relevant to their lives and the worlds they're growing into. And I think that means that New Labour was right to bring a fresh style and start and sort of politics to this country, rejecting, you know, the old left and the new right. And I think it's significant that, you know, since Tony Blair and Gordon Brown created New Labour, you know, half the present membership of the Labour Party have joined since that time. So it must have inspired them to do so, and the bulk of those people are young people. So we must be doing something right, but we're not doing enough that's right. And certainly in local politics, I think we've got to look at local government. Local councils have got to become much more important in people's lives. The roots of local councils, the roots of accountability into local communities have got to be stronger. People have got to have just altogether more confidence and trust and excitement in their local government if they're going to come out and vote and not treat it as a sort of minority sport, as I'm afraid most people are at the moment.
Thanks very much. Michael Howard, a brief comment on what you've heard, Mr. Mandelson.
What I think those young people in that bar wanted and expected from this government was what most of the country wanted and expected from this government. They wanted a national health service we could all be proud of. They wanted a transport system which would allow them to get to work or to university or to school on time. They wanted much better schools, and they wanted to feel safe in their homes and on their streets. And the truth is that when the history of this government comes to be written, it will be seen that they have blown the greatest opportunity for reform that a government has ever had in recent times. They were elected with a huge majority, they had a golden economic legacy, they had the trust and goodwill of the nation at that time, and there was an appetite for and an expectation of reform in all these desperately important areas which matter to the everyday lives of people. And instead of delivering on that reform, they've squandered those assets, they've blown it, and now it's too late for them to recover.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Well, now, we'll hold on a second, we'll come back, because we've got to go and get the results from regions in more detail. I promise you we'll be back. You've been sitting there patiently too. Everybody's been sitting patiently. We will be back. We're just going to have a look, we'll have a look later on at various views of Labour, including cartoons that Peter Brooks has done of his view and his changing opinion about Tony Blair over these years. And he'll be joining us. But for the moment, we take a break from this studio here and give you the results from your part of the country, and we'll be back with the full results stream as it's coming through in a bit. And if you're on News 24, it's a chance to catch up with the national and international news.
Good evening. From BBC London News, I'm Nina Hossain. Counting is underway in thousands of wards in and around London. We'll be bringing you live reports from the town halls and expert analysis from our political editor, John Craig. Before tonight's results, this was the political map of London, with the Tories and Liberal Democrats hoping to make gains from Labour in key areas. In one of the first results of the night, the Tories secured all 3 seats in the Harold Wood ward of Havering Borough in East London, taking 2 seats from Labour and 1 from the Liberal Democrats. One other highlight, Labour's Sir Robin Wales has become the first elected mayor in the London Borough of Newham. Well, it was a short, sharp campaign with all parties trying to overcome a common enemy of voter apathy. Our political team reports on how politicians went looking for votes in 3 of the key battlegrounds: Barnet, Hammersmith and Fulham and Southwark.
The Chicken Shed Theatre was founded in Barnet. Some of its young members from the borough, currently performing Shakespeare's A Midsummer Night's Dream, are not shy when it comes to waxing lyrical about what issues bother them.
There's a lake just over the road there that's completely full of rubbish, and I was walking past it the other day with some of my friends, and I was just thinking, because there's terrapins and stuff in there in the summer, and I was like, no one's ever going to clean this lake out.
This is one party in a hurry to get things moving for the local elections, and it needs all the support it can get. Until 1994, it ran Barnet Council for 30 years.
The issues in Barnet are really the same as they are in the rest of outer London. Crime, law and order, the environment, graffiti, potholes, quality of services.
Hammersmith and Fulham is one of London's smallest boroughs. It's also one of the most expensive to live in. Housing here is among the most expensive in the capital, overpriced, many say. It's partly because the Hoorays and Sloanes, who can't afford Chelsea, flock to Fulham instead. An added factor in recent years is the top of the league education record. For Labour to keep the control it's had here since the 80s, they need to keep the middle class vote on board. But can the party do that at the same time as doing enough to motivate its traditional supporters?
I'm voting Labour, but I'm not too sure why I'm voting Labour, because I don't believe that they're fulfilling all the promises they originally made when they came into power, but out of habit.
I'm not going to vote on May the 2nd because I don't think it makes a difference.
I'm a Labour man. Have been all my life.
If only real politics were as easy as the world of make-believe, where the push of a button at Southwark's Model Railway Club can make the trains run on time. But even here, where you might expect the Lib Dems transport message to go down well, there's still a feeling that politicians only ever scratch the surface of issues that affect real people.
Doesn't make a bit of difference, whoever you vote for.
Please, can I give you a paper to vote Lib Dem on the 2nd of May? No. Okay.
Plenty of cynicism to overcome them, both in the real and make-believe worlds. But this is the Lib Dems' #1 target in the country.
We're not complacent because we have to win wards like this where we haven't been before, and people will rightly be saying, well, we haven't heard from you before, tell us what you stand for.
Well, with hundreds of separate counts in separate wards across the region, local elections can be hard to follow. But there's no better way to gauge the picture across the region than Basildon in Essex. It's a hung council with Labour and the Conservatives neck and neck, and one of a number of Tory targets tonight. Our Essex reporter Nicola Pearson is at the count at the Towngate Theatre. Nicola, what can you tell us about the results so far?
Well, it really is neck and neck. As you say, until this point, 19 seats were Labour, 19 seats were Conservative, but it has been a real struggle tonight, a real fight. The results came in started coming in at 10:25 this evening. The first two went to Labour. Since then, we've had absolute neck and neck. Conservatives taking, Labour taking. We're up to 14 out of 16 of the wards at this point, and we have Labour with 18, Conservatives with 15 seats. We do expect this to have no overall control at this stage.
Nicola, thank you. Well, we heard earlier about Southwark, a borough that's never been run by anyone but Labour. The Lib Dems will be kicking themselves if they don't change that tonight. It's their #1 target nationally. Live now to the count and our political reporter Carl Mercer. Carl, how close is it looking?
Well, funny you just mentioned kicking, Nina. Of course, football a big story in this area of South London tonight, with Millwall losing to Birmingham in the playoffs. And Simon Hughes, the Lib Dem MP for this area, was at the game to see a narrow defeat. He's going to be down here in about half an hour's time, hoping probably from the Lib Dems' point of view not to see a similar result as they saw down at Millwall, because they need just 6 seats here to take control, and that'll be the first time in its history that Southwark hasn't been run by the Labour Council.
Carl, what are the main issues that the parties have been fighting on?
Well, the Lib Dems have been pushing hard on particularly education here in Southwark, because the borough schools are actually run by a private firm. They're contracted out. Another big issue they're fighting on is the lack of collection of council tax, which they say isn't going well enough. But they're also going outside the remit of local authorities and pushing at things like transport and saying Southwark needs better transport links all round. We need tube lines here, we need the tram line to come through this area, and we need a local authority that's going to push for those sort of things.
Carl, when do you expect a result there?
Well, back to the football. It's going to be a long night for the Millwall fans as they drown their sorrows, and I think it's going to be pretty much the same for us down here, with lots of recounts expected. We're not really expecting to wrap up before 4 o'clock in the morning.
Carl, I'm sure you'll be there. Thank you. With results just a few hours away, Ken Livingstone is one step nearer to finding out his political fate. For months now, Labour Party chiefs have insisted he must wait till after polling day before they decide who will be their next candidate for London Mayor, and whether he'll be back in the fold. Nita Mann has the story.
One Labour voter keenly watching tonight's results is London's mayor. Once they're all in, will they strengthen his case to be readmitted to the party? He badly wants back in. This was him last week, out campaigning for Labour in his old seat of Brent.
I'd love to be back in the party. I'd love to be the Labour candidate for mayor next time, but I've made absolutely clear I will be seeking re-election. Let Londoners judge whether I should carry on.
And there have been plenty of signs of reconciliation could be on the cards.
Well, we always welcome sinners who repent, and I'm delighted to see that Ken is now giving his support to the party that has the most by far to offer the people of London.
The next mayoral election is in May 2004. Labour want their candidates selected and in place as early as this autumn. But Mr Livingstone has had to be patient about finding out if he'll get a crack at the slot.
We will decide both the timetable for our selection of the Labour candidate for London Mayor and our attitude, therefore, to all questions related to it after these important local elections in London.
The mayor's supporters and critics alike within Labour agree on one thing. After 2 years of shadowboxing over whether to take him back, and with London's local elections now out of the way, it's high time the issue was finally resolved.
People want a decision, not only in the Labour Party, but in London as well. I don't think the situation can carry on as it is, and I think the decision needs to be made very, very quickly on this.
One way or the other, the waiting should soon be over. Nita Mann, BBC London.
Well, let's get some insight from John now. Your first thoughts on what we've heard so far?
Well, it sounded like good news for Labour from Basildon, but I'm hearing in the last few seconds that there's still no overall control there, and that's the final result from Basildon. Few quick results: Thurrock no change, Hartsmere no change, Broxbourne and Woking no change there. Sir Robin Wales, we heard, has been elected Mayor of Newham. Interesting there though, the turnout down 25.5%, that's down from 28.5% last time. This is in spite of all these fancy new voting methods, e-voting and so on. In Hackney, where they're tonight deciding deciding whether they want a mayor. The turnout there is down from 35 to 31.5. They had all postal voting there, so doesn't look good on turnout tonight. In Islington, apparently, in one ward, Finsbury Park, it's only 17%, so the politicians will be very gloomy about that.
Any more news on the other mayors? We've got mayors going in Watford and Lewisham.
That's right. We know that counting is delayed in Lewisham because there's been a demonstration there against the two British National Party candidates, so I think we may be in for a long wait there. Extra time, as Carl was saying there as well. Other boroughs to look out for: key battles between Labour and the Tories in outer London: Croydon, Barnet, Enfield, Harrow, where the Liberal Democrats made a mess of their nomination papers. Can the Lib Dems hold on to Richmond against a Tory challenge? Islington, can the Lib Dems hold off Labour there? Bexley, Kingston, Liberal Democrats confident there. So a lot of interesting results to look out for in the next hour or so.
And as you've just mentioned, the e-voting, it doesn't sound like it's taking anything into account. This was a real test, wasn't it, to see if the voters would vote in another way. It's not working. Right. Briefly, John.
In Croydon, you could vote in the IKEA supermarket and the furniture store. There's all these new ways of voting, but it doesn't seem to have got people enthusiastic, and it looks as though the politicians and the government are going to have to address this whole turnout question.
John, I'm going to have to stop you there. Thank you. Well, you can see the results as they come in on our website and also have your say via email. John and I are back in an hour's time, but now, though, it's back to David Dimbleby.
Well, here we are back again in London. We have a surprise result from Sheffield. Let's have a look at that first of all. The Liberal Democrats have been ousted from control of Sheffield, and Labour has taken it. Labour up 8, the Liberal Democrats lost 6, Independents down 1, others down 1. And councils so far, we've got 26 Labour, no change overall. Conservatives 12, no change. No overall control is down 1. 15, Liberal Democrats on 2, and that is not up to date, of course, because it doesn't include Sheffield, which I've just been describing as having been taken, so that's a bit behind the news that's coming in. The councillors, 519 for Labour so far, down 37, Conservatives up 33, Liberal Democrats up 2, Independents down 17. Again, it's still early. We've got nearly 6,000 councillors to come in, and when we do, that'll give us a bit of a better picture. And so the story so far, the Conservatives have won Adur. I always pronounce it wrongly, but I try my best. From no overall control. Calderdale has been lost in overall control. One of the 2 metropolitan areas that the Conservatives had. Result from key wards suggesting the party may not improve on its 1998 position. And the BNP, in Oldham, the BNP average, and this is in 3 wards, I think, that have been counted so far. BNP haven't taken anything, but they are getting 26% of the vote on average in those places. And in 1 Dudley ward, the same result, 26% of the vote. And various other bits and pieces. Sir Robin Wales, the 2nd elected mayor in the United Kingdom after Ken Livingstone in London, has been elected mayor of Newham. And Kidderminster Hospital and Health Concern has taken control of Wyre Forest. Remember, at the general election, the MP was from the campaign to save the Kidderminster Hospital, and they've now taken control of the council. They had, I think, 20 councillors there before, but they've now topped it and taken over with that single policy. A very interesting bit of local government there. The turnout, where there have been none of these experiments we were talking about before, turnout is up 3 points on the year 2000, and in wards where all postal voting turn-up is up by 28% to over 50% or so. So, there we are. Now, Sean Lay, I think, is in Norwich, and let's hear what's going on in Norwich. And Charles Clark is here, be listening intently to what you have to say to him.
Well, David, the result in Norwich, perhaps not too much of a surprise for Charles Clark or indeed for anyone in the Labour Party here in the city. They've been on the defensive over the last couple of years against the Liberal Democrats. It's pretty much all over here now tonight. The parties have gone off to celebrate with the last war declared just a couple of minutes ago. The Liberal Democrats have taken control of this council, with the exception of a brief blip in the 60s when the Tories had control for about a year. Labour have run Norwich City for 70 years. So For them, it's a huge disappointment, but the Lib Dems have been digging away here for the best part of a decade. The small surprise which gave the Lib Dems a bit of a nervous turn a short while ago was when the Greens unexpectedly took 2 seats, giving them their first presence on the City Council. Nonetheless, it's a cheer for the Liberal Democrats tonight, but they have some tough decisions ahead of them. Their critics, principally the Labour Party, have accused them of avoiding discussing the question of what will happen to the council's housing stock, about 19,000 council houses and flats in Norwich. And the question now is, will the Lib Dems consider putting them over, selling them off, passing them on perhaps to a housing association, which the Labour group here at least was reluctant to do. Labour disappointed tonight, but I suspect not an unexpected result, and indeed all the seats on the City Council, because of boundary changes, will be back up again in a year's time. Who knows what might happen then.
Just here, before we go away, there's some good stories here, aren't there, tonight?
Yes, very interesting things happening. I mean, if you look at where Labour are doing well, it's all their heartland areas. Their vote is up at the moment by about 4% in their heartland areas, and they're doing well in places like Sheffield, as we've just been hearing, but also in Birmingham. And their vote only up by 1% in their non-heartland areas, which does suggest that the budget political strategy, if that was it, to cheer up and motivate the core voters and the activists who've been very much down about New Labour recently, is working.
Tenny King.
I think Norwich is worth pausing on. I mean, that's a fascinating situation. The Labour Party has been the largest single party in Norwich since 1928. It's actually controlled the council during most of the ensuing period. And there is a situation in which the Conservatives are nowhere. They're scarcely represented on the council. The Greens, I believe, have picked up at least 1 and possibly 2 seats in Norwich. And here we have a Liberal Democrat council in that part of the world. The East Anglia is not. It used to be liberal country before the First World War, but it hasn't been liberal country in recent years. The Labour Party has been dominating, especially urban East Anglia, and there are the Liberal Democrats taking it over. As Sean Leigh was saying a moment ago, one of the oddest things about Norwich is some of the things that the local Labour Council has got flack for. Do you remember they wanted to cut down a lot of chestnut trees along a particular avenue on the grounds that the conkers might fall out of the trees, hit people on the head and do them great damage.
Charles Clarke is looking very gloomy as you tell this story.
I was laughing, actually.
That's your way of
well, there was a lot of that sort of thing.
Well, and one other thing we should say, again, it's early days, but if that share of the vote the BNP have been picking up in Oldham and elsewhere in that part of the world of around 26% does turn out to be true across the board, that's about double what they were getting as a share of during the general election campaign. So that is something for all the mainstream parties to think very
What was their top
about.
vote in the general election campaign?
Their top vote was about 16.4% in Oldham West and Royton.
And 11% in Oldham East and Saddleworth.
So 26
and
is
that's
high.
a very substantial increase.
Yes.
And just to confuse the issue, it's worth pointing out that Jean-Marie Le Pen won very, very few of the departments of France with anything like that total proportion.
Okay. Peter, over to you.
Indeed, David, it's an exciting night for all sorts of reasons, but not unusually. The share of the vote, of course, the very important message for the main parties, and it's an absolute tie here. There's an exciting one for you. Obviously, a tight race for the first place. We can't tell you who's going to win the race for first place in the share of the vote. 34-34, with 27% of the Liberal Democrats. That's just 1% behind their best ever 28% in a local election for the Liberal Democrats and 5% the others. Now, the change that represents, just to give you a guide to where the parties are nationally, we have the Tories up just 1.3% on where they were in that disastrous general election a year ago. 8% down the Labour Party compared to the general election, which of course they won very convincingly, and 8.2% up on the general election. The Liberal Democrats doing what they always do, or nearly always do, which is do rather well in local elections, and then, bad luck for them, they fall back when it comes to a general election. Let's have a look at the Liberal Democrat Party's story now. First of all, the story of its leadership. Here we have, there is Charles Kennedy there, elected leader of the Liberal Democrats in August 99, starting down there 21% of the leadership stakes, people saying they're satisfied with the way he's leading the party, 21% compared to Tony Blair's 49%. Look at the way it goes. There, by the time you get to September 2000, you have Tony Blair on 42%, sorry, down to 32%. This is the time of the fuel crisis, and Charles Kennedy actually picking up and beating him to the top of the leadership stakes at the time of the fuel crisis in September 2000. And from then on, Charles Kennedy marking Tony Blair fairly tightly, occasionally beating him, occasionally not. And down there we have now Tony Blair 1 point below him on 46% to Charles Kennedy's 47%. So leadership-wise, the Liberal Democrats looking pretty good. Now, we asked people in our poll, just as we asked about Labour, we asked about all the parties, we asked them this question. We said, to which of the main political parties do the following statements apply? Choose as many as you like. We asked them, first of all, which party has new ideas? Now, watch what happens to these balloons. If you thought that Tony Blair's Labour Party had good new ideas, all of you thought that, then we stay at 100%, his balloon wouldn't go down at all. But what happens? Well, they go down to 36% Labour, approving the Labour Party as the one with new ideas. 35%, just 1% behind the Liberal Democrats, and the Tories' new ideas only 20%, only a fifth of people think that the Tories have new ideas. Then we asked about whether the parties were in touch with the views of ordinary people. Again, watch how closely the Liberal Democrats match up with Labour there. 38% Labour, 36% the Liberal Democrats. The Tories way behind there, out of touch with ordinary people. Only 11 in every 100 saying they're in touch. Now, of course, the really crucial one, can be trusted to run Britain's economy. And here, watch what happens to the Liberal Democrats. Unlike the two other parties, 53% for Gordon Brown, shrinking down a bit there to 53%, but well ahead of the Tories on 27%. But unlike those two main parties, the Liberal Democrats are way down there on 14%. The trouble about this for Liberal Democrats is that it does rather reflect what opinion polls say would happen to a general election. It does suggest that the economy, what people think parties will do on the economy, does drive their votes at the general election. Look how it coincides, David, with what the opinion polls are saying at the moment. Back to you.
Peter, thanks very much indeed. And in Norwich, they're celebrating the ousting of Labour. Oh, crashing around. There we are. They're the Liberal Democrats who've taken control of Norwich. Can't hear them. And we're joined now by Simon Hughes, anyway, from the London Borough of Southwark. Mr. Hughes, good evening. Thank you very much for joining us.
A pleasure.
Just before we start, I gather you had some confusion and weren't actually able to vote, which seems a bit rum.
Well, I had no confusion at all. I went to my polling station and gave my name and was told that I had been taken off the normal electoral register. I'd been put on a postal vote register, and therefore, because somebody in theory had sent me a postal vote, which they hadn't, I couldn't vote. So I have protested both privately to the electoral officer and slightly more publicly, and I'm concerned for me, but I'm concerned for all the other people who might also have been deprived of their rather important right to exercise their democratic choice.
Okay. Well, now, what do you make of this result in Norwich?
It's a very good result. Your commentators are right to say that both it's very important because Norwich has remained in the Labour fold for nearly 70 years. Interestingly, as a parenthesis, the same length of time as the Borough of Southwark in its present and previous incarnations has remained in the Labour fold too. So now we're competing to do the same sort of thing here. It has been a gradual process. I've watched my colleagues gaining ground in Norwich as a city, and I've watched my colleagues gaining ground in Norfolk as a party, and we won our first seat for decades and decades in North Norfolk at the general election last year. So it's all cumulative. I congratulate my colleagues. I congratulate them doubly for also doing something that my local team didn't do tonight. Norwich have got into the playoff finals for the Premiership. I went to the last half an hour of the Millwall game, and I'm afraid Birmingham beat them in extra time. So they have many causes for celebration. We have one fewer, but there's always next year, I suppose, for the football.
What's happening in Southwark? Leave aside the football.
The answer is we don't know yet. Labour were the governing party. They ran the council. We've got completely new wards, so we can't do gains and losses as we have done. We haven't had a single result declared. We're hoping that we at least take the largest party place from Labour for the first time ever, and I think we'll do that. If it's a very good night for us, we will take control of the borough with an overall majority. I think the Tories have sneaked a couple of seats from Labour, and certainly I hope we have done too. So Labour look as if they're retreating here, as I gather they are next door in Lambeth, over the river in Islington, and some other places like Hull, where I gather Mr. Prescott's seat is one of those, his ward is one of those that's fallen, where we've won 19 seats or something phenomenal.
Simon, thank you very much indeed. Thanks for joining us. We have a correction to make about Sheffield, but I don't know what we said about Sheffield. Did we say it had gone to no overall control, or that it had gone to Labour?
It had gone to Labour.
It's gone to no overall control from the Liberal Democrats. not to Labour. Very few places switched totally. There's a story in The Independent. I don't know how close The Independent is to New Labour at the moment. I don't know whether it has the ear of New Labour, saying that Labour has a plan for compulsory voting to try and halt the worrying drop in turnout. Would you like compulsory voting, Tony King?
No, sir.
No?
Is it worth saying the story is completely untrue?
Yes, it's well worth saying if it's so.
I can tell you, Labour has no plan for compulsory voting. There has been no discussion of it within the party. My parliamentary private secretary, Gareth Thomas, the MP for Harrow, who's a very fine man, personally supports it, and I don't know if they've derived from that a story out of it.
Yeah, a compulsory voting bill will be published next week. Has a little chance of securing parliamentary time. So it's one Labour MP has a plan for compulsory voting, slightly different story. Andrew Marr.
Compulsory voting, a bad thing, many people. It actually turns people off the political process if there's to be a frog march to a polling booth, many people think. And in a sense, this is it's a test for democracy, a moment like this. We think that the turnout this time is pretty good compared with the last thing. But as Michael Howard was pointing out earlier on, 33, 34% would still be, a pretty low response to something which, after all, still controls a great deal of our local environments, what's around us.
Nicola Smith, what do you think from the Electoral Commission about? Do you talk about compulsory voting? Do you?
We have whispered the words, yes.
Yes, and how does it go down with your?
The view that we take is that it doesn't answer the core problem, which is being turned off by politics. And voters really wanting to get engaged with the issues. Compulsory voting is perhaps a default option or a fallback option if we have to go that route, but it looks tonight as though we're finding other solutions to what might be called voter apathy. And the figures that we're now getting coming in from some of the experiments with online voting suggest that those are also having a positive effect in Sheffield and in Liverpool, up to 10%, 11% increases over last time.
Tony King.
So I'm slightly mystified by what Nicole just said. If the core problem is people being turned off politics and postal voting has the character of causing turnout to go up, how does that address the core problem?
Well, I think it's a comparison between compulsory voting and giving people multiple options to vote, and that's what's working tonight, is giving people the choice about ways to vote.
But
and
is
it
actually turning them on politics? What evidence do you have that the fact that somebody can now vote by post is actually re-engaging them with politics?
They're at least turning out to vote, and that's something positive. I'm not sure it is necessarily re-engaging them, but what we are doing is giving them a choice, whereas compulsory voting is quite the reverse.
Yes, I'm not in favour of compulsory voting, but I have a pretty strong sense that changing the way in which people vote, making it easier for them to vote, although it's desirable, isn't actually getting at what you yourself said was the core problem, which was people's sense of distance from, even alienation from politics.
That's right. I think perhaps one of the interesting things is to see where there has been postal voting experiments, whether the politicians have also made an extra effort to engage in those areas, and that's also contributed to the effect.
We've got news in about Kingston on Hull. We were talking about Labour have lost control of Kingston upon Hull. And now let's, just before we do that, let's just have the Norwich figures, which we've now got in. There's the story there. Liberal Democrats up 6, Labour down 8, others up 2. And so Liberal Democrats take control of Norwich. And Wyre Forest, this is where the Kidderminster Hospital group have taken control. No, I'm wrong on that. I'm sorry. This is Wyre Forest. Conservatives up 1, Labour down 5, Liberal Democrats down 1, others up 6. That is 26. So that's previously 26, so they're now 32, which is the Kidderminster Hospital.
And you were right.
And I was right.
Wyre Forest is where the Kidderminster Hospital is.
There's a Redditch result gone to no overall control from Labour. Labour down 3, Conservatives up 2, Liberal Democrats up 1. We've got Worthing. Oh, like a general election suddenly. All the results pouring in. Overall control lost by the Conservatives in Worthing. Conservatives down 3, the Liberal Democrats down 4, Labour up 7. Worthing a Labour stronghold.
To be quite frank, I wasn't aware how strong we were there, but I'm
I bet
delighted.
you weren't.
A more interesting result is Bradford has not changed no overall control. The Conservatives really did hope to get Bradford. They launched their election campaign with Ian Duncan-Smith in Bradford, and their failure to take Bradford, as with the other places we've mentioned, Bolton, Birmingham, Leeds, Rochdale, Wolverhampton, Coventry, where they'd really hoped to knock us off. And
Bradford is a 1/3 metropolitan district, isn't it?
Indeed.
I thought all metropolitans were full council, actually, but that is a one-third one. Yes.
David, can I just make one rather important point about the workings of the electoral system in local elections? There are two things that are worth noting. One is that it very often happens, much more in local elections than in national elections, that a party does very well in terms of votes and very badly in terms of seats. For example, we're going to be hearing from Croydon later in the night. At least I hope we are. I hope we're still on the air when Croydon comes through, because the Conservatives want very much to gain it. They've actually got considerably more votes than Labour in each of the last two elections, in 94 and 98, but Labour has actually held the council. And equally in local elections, you get very small changes of vote. You know, a few dozen votes in one ward, a few score in another ward, and you're left with the impression that there's been some massive landslide, when in fact quite a number of seats change hands, but very few people have voted differently.
Let's hear what's been going on in Burnley and how the BNP are doing. We join John Pienaar there. John.
Well, Dave, as you speak, they're announcing the first batch of results, uniformly high.
Got a problem with the camera.
It looks like that's digital.
So stunned. He just didn't move. He was observing this landslide.
That's why ITV Digital failed, because it kept freezing.
Not because John Pienaar was on.
No, not because John Pienaar was on.
No.
We'll go.
No, certainly
We'll
not.
go back to him when we can. What were you going to say then? You clearly had something on the tip of your tongue.
Well, I was going to back up, I think, what Tony King was saying. I mean, these are very, very odd kinds of elections. These are the enthusiasts' election. But I think it is very, very interesting that we're seeing some big, big changes in numbers of councillors in slightly unexpected places. I mean, if that Hull result is right, that's fairly sensational. Labour seem to have lost a pile of seats in Hull, and similarly, the Tories have lost a pile of seats in Worthing. Now, none of us know why. This must be down to very, very active local campaigns. You know, a small number of people getting out there, organising on the streets. You know, local still means local from time to time.
I think Andrew's right, but there's one factor he doesn't give quite enough emphasis to, which is people are making judgments on their local councils. It's not simply a question of activists organising with relatively small numbers of votes, though I agree with what Tony was saying earlier on. People are really making judgments about what they think is going on in their local councils, and that is right through the whole evening. That's been the case with results going in different ways.
I must now introduce Theresa May, who's Shadow Secretary for Transport, and Ken Livingstone, the Mayor of London, who've been sitting here patiently. And Theresa can't restrain herself any longer from saying something.
I wanted to pick up on what Charles was just saying, because I think the other interesting thing is there are some places where actually we're seeing personalities being voted against. I mean, I understand, for example, that the chairman of housing in Birmingham, having lost the stock transfer vote, has lost his seat, that the leader of, it was the Labour leader in Redditch, who lost his seat. So actually it's quite interesting that you're seeing people making judgments maybe about councils, but also about individual councillors in a way that perhaps they haven't in the past.
Does that mean you think that elected mayors would be a good thing? Because it certainly does, you know, focus on an individual.
Well, it does focus on an individual, but I'm not sure that it might get people more excited in a way, in some ways, but I'm not sure that is actually good in terms of the political process, because it may be that they just get excited about a personality rather than about the issues that are actually underlying the personality.
Ken Livingstone, do you think all these local mayors are a good thing? I mean, are you a bit jealous of a mayor? Other mayors in London?
Well, the mayors of the boroughs will have, in many senses, much more power over their local areas than I do as London-wide. They will be responsible for education, for housing, for social services. They can make a real impact on people's lives. They'll still be, to a degree, financially tied by the government. But I do think many of the... if you've got a good mayor that delivers, they will become, I think, very predominant locally.
But who rules, the mayor or the council, in your view?
Oh, on these new systems, it was very much the mayor. The mayor becomes an executive. We found a lot of people who've come onto the London Assembly from a council background have assumed it's going to be a council and really can't come to terms with the fact that I actually take the decisions and they don't have a vote on it. They get to complain about it.
So are they regretting it? Well, I mean, you beat them all over the head, we read.
Well, no, their job is to scrutinise what I do, and if you actually look at the government system we have, there are politicians who make policy decisions and civil servants carry them out. That is not the way the mayoral system works. I am responsible for carrying them out. So if the buses don't run, it is my fault. I can't blame some grey bureaucrat anymore. It's that sense. It's the American system. And I do think it will be much more focused on the managerial abilities of an individual and the personality of an individual, inevitably.
Okay. Well, we'll come. No, hang on a sec. We'll come back and talk about that. I want to go to Burnley now and see if we've got a mobile. Oh, we have. John Pina. Good evening. I'm sorry. We saw your back view stuck, frozen in immobility. Just tell us what's been going on there and how the BNP are doing now that we can see you.
Well, we've just had the first batch of declarations. In each case, Labour safely home, all on high turnouts, on or about 50% or so. But as I speak to you, there's a recount going on in one particular ward, a middle-class white area of the town, and it looks as if the BNP may just be in with a victory there, having taken one of the seats. No confirmation of that yet, but they seem very confident indeed, and the talk is, at the moment, of a BNP victory in that ward. And of course it would only take one such victory for the BNP here to elevate the result there into an all-round propaganda triumph, and certainly give the main parties, and Labour in particular in this town, a reason to be rather downcast.
Why does the BNP have what you might call standing in Burnley, where I think at the last census the white population is well over 90% of the population?
Yes, well, obviously the BNP put in an immense effort since the tension and racial strife of last summer, and the report which followed it, which identified tensions between communities, a sense of alienation and all the rest of it. And the BNP have put an awful lot of effort on the ground into polishing up their act, putting on a respectable front to BNP politics, disowning the tag of racist, certainly disowning any other far-right group of the kind of the National Front and so on, saying they have nothing whatever in common with that kind of thinking. But still, their message, which is clearly one of the white population first, one in favour of voluntary repatriation as they describe it, that goes down well with a lot of people in this town. Now, the vote's gone up very considerably in Burnley since the last local elections. 50% is a good turnout by local election standards. It seems that the mainstream Labour voters have turned out in large numbers to try to stop the BNP, but it's been patchy. They seem to have punched through here or there, come very close to taking a seat, and if they get the one being counted just at the moment, they'll consider that not a bad night.
Okay, John, thank you very much indeed. Well, now, the second of our reports, which I said we'd have through the night, on Tony Blair and New Labour. And this is about the promise to decentralise power. Here's Eddie Mayer.
I vow that with the consent of the people, we will have devolved power to Scotland, Wales and the regions of England.
Whether people chose to vote Labour in '97 because of that promise, nobody knows. Most people were so tired of the Tories by that time, they would have voted for Tony if he'd promised to end democracy in the Constitution.
Legislation will be introduced to allow the people of Scotland and Wales to vote in referendums on my government's...
A few weeks after they came to power, they set in motion the whole process of setting up a Parliament for Scotland, an Assembly for Wales with a bit less power, regional assemblies for England with even less power, and a mayor for London. Oh, and there was a promise to sweep away the system whereby people with silly things on their heads got to make decisions about national life just because of who their father was. Well, not entirely sweep away.
Labour's leader joined an ecstatic Edinburgh in the noisy celebrations.
You see, in Scotland, the demand for constitutional change was immense. The night the result was announced, you could have cut the atmosphere with with one of those plastic knives you get on planes nowadays. The truth is, it was the biggest foregone conclusion since Labour's election victory.
The votes cast for I agree that there should be a Scottish Parliament, 18,790. Representing 80% of the borough.
It was a completely different story in Wales, of course. Like I said, they were having an assembly, not a parliament, so voters were divided. The night the results were announced, it was so tense. Just before the final result, we wanted to watch the face of Ron Davis for some kind of clue as to whether the yes side had won. I saw him in a corridor, smiling like the Cheshire Cat. But as Tony's always telling us, with power comes responsibility. And Ron Davis, whose smile had been so easy to pick out in the darkness, fell from grace.
I was involved in an incident last night when I was the victim of a crime. I was robbed and my car was stolen. It was an error of judgment on my part, but I felt that it was appropriate to resign because of the potential embarrassment that this can cause for the government.
A 21-gun salute from the...
In Scotland, after the untimely death of Donald Dewar, his successor got into trouble with his sons.
That is why I am resigning.
As did the entire Parliament, actually. They were pretty stunned to find out that the new debating chamber they'd been promised wouldn't cost tuppence halfpenny after all. Well, the ministers in London began to get asked questions about why Scotland had higher spending per head than England on health, education and tourism.
Education is a right!
Now, they were able to reply winsomely that this was devolution in action, and what went on in Edinburgh wasn't a matter for them. Devolution's certainly been delivered for Scotland and Wales, and it's been enough of a success for some parts of England to start demanding those regional assemblies that Labour talked about in '97. John Prescott's due to come forward with concrete proposals sometime soon, although you do wonder whether he's forgotten. Directly elected executive mayors, you know, like Ken Livingstone in London, are sometimes put forward by Labour as a way of energising the electorate across England. Thank you. Perhaps it's Labour Party headquarters who are not so keen. After all, Tony's most embarrassing brush with local democracy came when Labour thought that its anointed one in London,
Tony Blair's a friend of mine and I admire him,
who looked like a well-loved London comedy character, would win through with the help of the massive Millbank machine.
but I've also made clear to him that I expect him to deliver for London, and if he doesn't, he'll have a fight on his hands.
Downing Street insisted it wasn't trying to fix the election. Voters found that as credible as a Geoffrey Archer alibi, though not as entertaining.
I therefore declare that Kenneth Robert Livingstone is duly elected the first Mayor of London.
So despite everything Millbank tried, or maybe because of it, Frank Dobson lost and Ken Livingstone got in. Sometimes democracy works best if you just leave it to its own devices and don't interfere too much. On the plus side, if you stand back and let other people make their own mistakes, then you don't get the blame.
How was your meal?
Very nice, thank you.
Just before I go to Ken Livingstone, one bit of news. Trafford, the Conservatives had high in their sights as a place where they might unseat Labour. That hasn't paid off. They haven't unseated Labour. Labour still control Trafford. Ken Livingstone, I don't know how much you were able to hear of what Eddie Mayer, because you were busy having a conversation over the year with our political editor, who can't resist the chance, you know. But the business of devolution, the effectiveness of devolution, I mean, you've been at loggerheads with the government over the powers you have. I don't know, have you decided yet whether you're going to court over the financing of the tube? Or?
Well, I'll be able to tell you that if Charles can tell us whether the government's going to sign the contracts for the privatisation next week. But we don't. If the contracts are going ahead in the form that we think they are, then almost certainly we will go to court, because the contracts are very bad for London. They would mean perhaps a 20% fare increase or £1.50 a week on the council tax. And I mean, literally, I think no one in their right mind would sign such a contract.
But the effect of you coming in is already that the average council tax has gone up by nearly £200 in the 2 years you've been there.
No, excuse me. The average increase, the increase
attributable to you?
No. I tell you, the increase that I have made over 2 budgets is 95 pence a week, and for that we are getting 2,300 extra police and 200 extra buses a year, and a fares cut on the buses. People notice the difference.
Do you think that your arrival as Mayor of London is actually having any effect on the people of London? I mean, one reads about you in London, and it's all about the traffic's worse, the crime is worse, everything is going downhill in the city. What's Ken Livingstone been up to these 2 years?
Well, it's quite interesting. The things that I directly control are moving quite rapidly. On the buses, where I set the contracting regime, we've got an 8% increase in ridership in a year. We're now running as many buses as we did in 1965. We've reversed a generation decline in a year. On getting more police in, where I can set the budget, as I say, we've got 1,000 extra in my first year, another 1,250 in the year to come. And where the power's been devolved, I focus on it, I deliver it. Where I've got to go off and beg and cajole for the government or line up everybody else, it takes a lot longer. But even there, I think gradually government, which was very nervous, and Whitehall is very, I mean, this isn't just this government, institutionally Britain is centralised. I think slowly we're getting progress. We've got 3 new tube lines on the stocks, which the government is inching towards agreeing that we should build. The big crunch for all this will come, both for Wales, Scotland and London and the English assemblies, a few years down the road, will the Treasury give up some power so that these devolved authorities can go out and raise money on the markets to do the capital infrastructure? That's what we want.
And what about just one other point, which we were talking about a bit earlier on, the power of a mayor. I mean, if what you say is right about your powers in London, you don't actually have to take any notice of any of the people on the authority. They come on there and you tell them what to do. And if that's repeated... well, that's how you put it.
No,
you
I don't tell them what
that's
to
what
do.
you said.
They complain about me, but
yeah,
the
but
actual administration
you said,
yes,
I decide.
That is the system.
Yeah. Is it a good system? I mean, we've had local democracy, in all the things we're talking about tonight are councils where you've got no overall control, a balance, this, that and the other. If there's a mayor imposed in those places, the mayor rules, effectively.
Yes, and I think the system we're now seeing come up in the boroughs, which is slightly different, where the elected mayor will appoint an administration for the councillors, is better. I think the system...
Most of them aren't doing that, are they? Most of them are simply...
Yes, I think the system I've got is too much power for me. I mean, at the moment it's all right, but I see the power I've got. If I chose to be corrupt, there are very few checks. I mean, too many of the decisions...
If it was a lesser man than you, it would be dangerous to give so much power
Well,
to
I
them.
mean, I think there is that problem, and as we look to extend this, the checks have got to be strengthened. They really have.
OK, fine. Well, we may be able to come back to that. Let's go to Basildon now and join Laura Trevelyan. Laura, good evening.
Well, David, a slightly unusual result here in Basildon. It was no overall control before. It's still no overall control, but the Conservatives are now the largest party. Joining me to discuss this slightly curious result are David Amess, of course, the man who, a decade ago in 1992, held Basildon for the Conservatives and thus was a bellwether for the country. Now, of course, I should say he's disappeared off to Southend, but Angela Smith, who's the Labour MP for Basildon. David Amess, what do you make of this result? So Conservatives up 2, you're the largest party, but you didn't take control as you thought you might.
No, but it's still an excellent night for the Conservative Party. I think the British public are now pretty well at the edge of saying goodbye to Labour. They are fed up with their non-delivery of public services. Look, we're by far away the biggest party now.
By 2 seats.
And it'll be very interesting to see whether the Liberals show their true colours and decide to jump into bed with Labour and then continue to control the council. Or are they really just a poor man's version of the old Labour Party?
Your decision to desert Basildon for Southend was correct on this basis, wasn't it? Because you haven't taken back the council.
No, you've got that completely wrong. No one deserted Basildon. The Basildon constituency that Angela Smith represents is not the constituency that I represented. It was divided into 2.
Well,
the Basildon seat now is part... But you mentioned the past.
I did. Forgive
this
me.
is not exactly the night as it was in 1992 when we won every single one of the 15 seats, but this is still a good night for the Conservative Party. The British public are judging the Labour Party on public services and they're finding that they are letting the British people down, and I think they won't give them any more chances after tonight.
Angela Smith, are you worried for your seat, are you, Angela Smith, on the basis of tonight? Labour down 2 seats?
Well, actually not for my constituency, but no, I'm not worried about the next election, but I think this election was really fought on local issues. And before I came into the council tonight, I was told the Conservatives would take Nethermain, where they came 3rd, and they would take Pixley South East, where they actually took 1 seat and we held the other 2. So all these predictions of a overwhelming Tory majority in Basildon hasn't come true. I see David wants to put the best on it. You know, if I was in his position, perhaps I'd try and do the same.
But it's not exactly great for you, is it? You're down.
Well, we had boundary changes, and the boundary changes weren't very kind to us. And I actually say I did expect a slightly worse result tonight. I'm delighted with what we've got. Both my husband and my father topped the polls in their wards as well. And I just think that tonight is much better than anyone would expect. At this time, we've lost, I think there's 2 seat changes, but the Boundary Commission, when they changed the seats, pulled back the number of seats we had.
David Amess,
so it's a very good result.
You'd expect to be doing well in Essex, because this was one of the few, in fact the only area in the country at the general election where the Conservatives gained seats. So the fact that you haven't even gained control of the council...
But we've still gained seats, and in other councils in Essex we've done extremely well. Now, I think we're on the verge of really getting back to the position that we were as the biggest party overall nationally and in terms of local council seats. The British public are absolutely fed up with this government. They're not going to give them any more chances.
Well,
and I think at the end of the night, nationally, we'll see that the Conservative Party have done better than Labour.
Smith, I'm afraid we have to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed. And David, back to you.
Thanks very much. We have a result in from Oldham. Let's just have that, which was Liberal Democrat control. It's gone to no overall control. Liberal Democrats are down 2. Labour is up 4 in Oldham. Independents and others both down 1. No BNP victory in Oldham. Well, now let's go to Portsmouth and join Robert Hall and find out what the story is there. Robert.
Well, David, bit of a buzz down here. We thought it might be routine. The situation here was there was no overall control of the council. We've got one ward rather, still to come in, and the parties are level pegging. They are 13 seats each. And we're on to the third recount in Hilsey, which is the last ward to come in. There's a tie for one of those places in that ward, and that will decide the largest party. Now, what has happened so far this evening is the Liberal Democrats have done pretty well, and they are the ones who've eroded Conservative seats and brought it to the level pegging position we're in now. Particular family saga in that Liberal Democrat camp. A lot of celebrating down here tonight, and that is the Hancock family. Mike Hancock, an MP in this area, also a Liberal Democrat councillor. His daughter was a councillor too. She stood down, so his wife stood in another ward. She's now been elected, so we're looking at a bit of a dynasty there. But the atmosphere really is buzzing, and we're expecting the result from that last ward in the next 2 or 3 minutes.
Thanks very much. Just before we go up to Scotland, who weren't voting today, but where we've assembled a gang of people who are apparently voting in the... Yeah, but it's nice to... who are voting in their university elections. Nothing to do with it. But no, it is to do with it. We're talking to them about their 5 years. They're people who voted for Tony Blair in '97. But before we do that, let's just go through how things stand at the moment. Tony King first.
Well, I think the important thing to bear in mind is that this is an election in which people, including people in the Labour Party, thought that an opportunity would be taken by voters to give the government a real kicking. They didn't want to kick the government out. That was why we got the general election result last year. But an awful lot of people imagined that people would want to punish them for not delivering on health and hospitals and schools and so on and so forth. And although they haven't done spectacularly well, although they may wind up a whisker behind the Conservatives in terms of share of the vote, they're actually holding their own pretty effectively. And the Conservatives have scarcely come back. When these same councils were fought 4 years ago, the Tories got about 33% of the vote. We now think they're going to get about 34% of the vote. At this rate, they're not going to be back in power for a very long time indeed. So that an election that looked as
What,
though...
at local level, do you mean, or nationally?
Well, nationally.
Well, of course, if it stays like that.
At that kind of rate of progress. Incidentally, it's worth making explicit the point that I think a lot of people have been thinking about, which is simply 1 year into the Hague leadership of the Tory party, the Conservatives made very little progress. 1 year or thereabouts into the Ian Duncan Smith leadership, they're also making very little progress.
Well, they've only had about 7 months, as a matter of fact, haven't they, Venus?
Only 7 months. I'm not blaming Ian Duncan Smith. I'm simply making the point that you can change your leader as often as you like, but until you begin to persuade large numbers of voters that you have a clear sense of direction and that people would know what kind of government they were getting if they returned you to office, you're not going to make progress whatever you do in terms of personnel.
I don't think they're thinking of another change in the next year, but we'll come and talk about that in a moment. We have to go to Scotland now and join Eddie Mair. Let's do that.
David, this is one of the few places here at the Edinburgh University Union where voting has been taking place today. They've been choosing the president of the union, the vice president and so on. I can tell you, here's the result. The president of the Edinburgh University Union is Johnny Mina. That's Johnny Mina. Disappointingly, the turnout was only 7%. Peter, I'm sure, will tell us later what that might mean at a general election. But we were discussing constitutional change, and Scotland, perhaps more than anywhere else in the United Kingdom, has felt the impact of that. And with me, I've got Alan Cochrane from the Daily Telegraph and Henry McLeish, former Labour First Minister here. Alan Cochrane, in practical, concrete terms, what difference has devolution made to Scots?
To Scots politicians and to the Scots political class, a huge difference. I mean, it's transformed the political landscape in Scotland, not necessarily, in my view, for the better. Now, having said that it's transformed life for people like Henry and for me, I don't see it changing the life of too many ordinary Scots. I mean, the problems of health, the problems of transport, the problems of education that we had before devolution are still there, and they're not improving.
Henry McLeish, besides Scots perhaps feeling a little better about themselves, knowing there's a parliament in Edinburgh, what concrete difference, what 5 concrete differences would you say devolution has made to ordinary people?
Well, I think, Eddie, there's a huge psychological boost to the country, and I mean, that has been the drive for the campaign for devolution. And I think it's important to put it into context. I mean, 2 years after the election of a Labour government in '97, we have a fully functioning parliament. remarkable in itself. But you asked for practical achievements. I think, first of all, at legislative terms, at Westminster, we were queuing up to get Scottish bills through, maybe 1 or 2 a year. Over the last 3 years, we've had nearly 30 pieces of legislation, important in their own ways for Scots. That's an achievement.
But you're still not telling me what positive impact this Parliament's
secondly,
had on people's lives.
Secondly, there's a distinctive set of policies now. Tuition fees, free personal care, New Deal for teachers, which we couldn't have achieved at Westminster. But with the Parliament in Edinburgh, we can see the needs of Scotland more clearly and responded. But I think one other significant achievement is that the Parliament is now at the heart of Scottish politics. The business community has easy access, it's immediate, there's a good relationship built up, and I think civic groups feel that having a Parliament in Edinburgh gives them access in a way that they didn't have at Westminster. So overall, in 3 years, significant achievements.
Alan, why do you think devolution hasn't particularly worked outside the political class, when even the Conservatives have come round to the idea?
The Conservatives have come round and it's given them a presence, that's true, but I think the Parliament's not working because the Parliament has concentrated on itself too much and not on what it could be doing for the people.
Isn't that inevitable in the early days of
well, but how long are these early days to last? We're now 3 years down the line, and the Parliament is still talking about pay rises, it's still talking about ministers resigning. There is still too much focus on the institution and not enough on what it can do for the people of Scotland, the people to whom it promised so much.
Are you grateful, Henry McLeish, that Tony Blair appeared to allow Scotland to get on with its constitutional change, as opposed to his attitude towards Wales and London?
Well, I think people accept that devolution is a complex process. We've never tried it in the United Kingdom. We've been highly centralised. There was always going to be teething problems, and we've had them in Scotland as well. But I think the important thing, Eddie, is to highlight the fact that in 3 years, 3 years after an absence of 292 years, we have a Parliament. And of course, we've had in the first 3 years to look at ourselves in terms of setting up the institution, getting the framework, getting the procedures. But at the same time, significant achievements have been made in terms of what I've described, but also in bringing government closer to the people. And I think we'll see real further benefits in the near future.
All right, Henry McLeish, Alan Cochrane, thanks very much. David?
Thank you very much. Peter, tell us about the turnout, and if you can, tell us about how the popular vote has gone.
Indeed, well, the popular vote still, David, remains 34%, 34%. Absolute tie for first place between Labour and the Tories. A very exciting race going on there. Turnout is interesting. Let's just have a look right across the history of the last 50 years of turnout. It has been dropping dramatically away. There's the best general election recently, 1950, 84% turnout, dropping down to 2001 turnout of 59.4 at the general election last year. In the European elections, again, huge drops in turnout, 36.8, the best result for turnout in 1989, down to 23.1, the lowest turnout in Euro elections. This last one 3 years ago. Now, local elections. Well, here a slight difference, a slight push up at the end. 1990, the best local election turnout so far, 47.5%, dropping down to a record low in 2000, just 2 years ago, 29.6, and 34% is the likely turnout this time. So some 3.5%, 4% up, 4.5% up on where it was in 2000. So turnout seems to be, maybe it's reached its low. It's going up again this time. Now, there have been experiments on turnout to see whether various things could make it raise itself a bit. Where there's been no experiment, turnout's up, as we've seen, 4%. We've seen a 4% there, overall turnout up, where there's nothing being tried. Where e-voting is being tried, interestingly, it's not really making much difference. People online at home voting and so on, 5% increase in turnout, roughly the same as the turnout where there's no experiment at all. Online turnout increase, 1% only, people voting on computers at home. 5% e-voting, I think, actually covers e-voting in polling stations, and online voting is when you can vote from home. Interesting, it's made very little difference indeed. But look at that. On the right there, 28% increase in turnout, where people have been able to vote entirely by post. So that is a dramatic increase. That must now be a major indicator of the way ahead. But unexpectedly, perhaps, e-voting and online voting hasn't made much difference, David.
Peter, thank you very much. Well, let's go up to Liverpool again and join Richard Bilton.
David, yeah, we're still going strong here. It's been a long night, lots of views expressed. Now, of course, we've been asking you at home to get in touch by emailing us on vote2002@bbc.co.uk. We've had lots of responses. I'll read one or two out for you, and then perhaps we'll have a little chat here. Bart Smith has been in touch with us to say, I think the young of today should be taught how to vote and why it is a good idea in citizenship class. If people are taught why politics is important, then maybe we can get more of them voting. And we've had Jack Thompson, who's been in touch with us to say what happened in France proves that if people don't get out and vote for one or other of the parties, then extremists will get a foothold. And finally, for now, Stephen Luke, who says voting should be made compulsory and a none of the above box offered on the ballot paper. People will then have to think about the candidates. Candidates will have to come up with some good policies and so on. So let's put some of those ideas to people who've gathered here. Michael, what do you think about that then, a sort of compulsory voting? You'd have to vote.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea to have compulsory vote, and I think it's an absolute outrage if you don't vote. In this country, we are forced to have the vote. We have an obligation to vote in this country. And I think in the rest of the world, people are actually fighting over the vote.
Well, lots of people your age don't think that. Your mates probably haven't voted. How do we make them vote?
Well, true, they haven't voted. And there needs to be more to encourage us to vote. There wasn't a lot of publicity about it. A lot of people didn't actually know about the local elections, so there needs to be more publicity, I think.
OK, Michael, thanks very much indeed. And just for now, Gemma, you've been here all night with us, listening to the views being expressed. What do you think about this idea of citizenship classes, that we are sort of taught to know what democracy means to us and why to vote?
Definitely, I think it's vital. Just you have maths, you have science, you have English, it affects your lives. So would citizenship classes, because you need to know about taxes, politics, socialisation, economics. It will affect you throughout your entire life.
OK, and very just briefly at the end, we've got Rebecca, who's 17. Your big vote's on its way. What are the sort of issues that you've been listening to and hearing that matter to you?
Well, one of the issues that really occurs to me at the moment is crime, and I think that the curfew policy should be in Liverpool because it keeps the scallies off the streets and stops.
All right, Rebecca, thank you very much indeed. Now, we would urge you to get in touch with you. We've still got time. Vote 2000 at bbc.co.uk. David.
Richard, thank you very much indeed. Well, now, in a moment, we'll be coming back with a look at Blair and the world. We'll also be having a look at the cartoons of Blair and how they were seen by Peter Brooks, which we saw earlier on. But for the moment, we go around the country and get your own results in more detail. And if you're watching News 24, which you may well be, a chance to catch up on the latest international and national news. Join us again.
Hello again from BBC London News. I'm Nina Hossain. Well, the early signs are showing the voters in many London boroughs have stayed away. In Newham, there was a good night for Labour. Their candidate, Sir Robin Wales, has been elected mayor, and the party's held onto control of the council. But the turnout was just over 25%, down 3%, despite new high-tech methods of voting to encourage people to the polls. In Hackney, where there was an all-postal vote, the turnout is also down from 35% to 31.5%. And in North London, in one ward in Islington, turnout was a pitiful 17%. John's here now with some of the latest results. What can you tell us about Hackney? I believe it's a Labour hold.
That's right. Newham and Hackney both low turnouts despite new voting, but Labour have had a good result there because they had a majority of only 3 before. That's now, I'm told, up to 19. So good result there. Not many results in from London yet, but quite a few coming in from outside London. For example, Basildon, that was neck and neck there, stayed no overall control. Residents have gained Elmbridge, Brentwood staying Lib Dem, Mole Valley and Woking staying no overall control, Runnymede staying Tory, Slough staying Labour. A lot of these seats, only a third of these councils, only a third up for grabs. All the big results from around London, the outskirts of London, particularly where it's a straight Labour-Tory fight, those results still to come.
John,
I'm hearing...
First thoughts on turnout?
Well, on turnout, you've got all these new methods of voting, like e-voting in Newham and postal voting in Hackney. It's made no difference. I'm told the turnout in Lewisham, where they're voting for a mayor, only 25%. Hammersmith and Fulham a bit better, 32% turnout in Hammersmith and Fulham. That's Labour held a Tory target.
Back to you in a minute for some more thoughts. To Enfield first, one of the key Tory targets in outer London. Labour have done well there in parliamentary seats in the last 2 elections, most famously turning out Michael Portillo, among others. Our political correspondent Nick Robinson is there now. Nick, any results yet?
No results, but interesting news nevertheless, Nina. The reason there's no results is because we've got 3 recounts in 3 wards, and the mood in this building has changed radically in the last 2 hours. When we began the count here, the feeling was, yes, the Tories would make gains. Of course, they should. They used to control all 3 parliamentary seats here, held the council for more than 20 years, but they wouldn't do enough to take it. That's not the atmosphere now. One source close to the count says this council could, I don't want to put it higher than that, change hands tonight. The Tories have got smiles. Labour are looking rather glum tonight. And of course, beyond the interest of people who live in this part of London, huge national significance too. This, after all, was the place 5 years ago. Stephen Twigg had that shy smile and Michael Portillo kissed goodbye to his parliamentary career.
Nick, thank you. Disappointment for the Tories in Basildon. They've failed by 1 vote to seize control of the Essex borough. They've taken 21 seats to Labour's 18, with the Liberal Democrats on 3. Live there now to our reporter Nicola Pearson. Nicola, it couldn't have been much closer, could it?
It couldn't have been. We were all on the edge of our seats here. It was neck and neck all the way. The final result, as you say, 21 seats for the Conservatives, Labour with 18 seats, the Lib Dems following behind with 3 seats. So still no overall control here in Basildon.
Bit of disappointment for the Tories then?
It is a bit of disappointment for the Tories, really, because although they did get more seats than Labour, there is still no overall control. And if the Liberal Democrats support Labour, that means that the Labour Party could still be running the council. So it could still be Labour in charge of no overall control council.
Nicola, thank you. Now we go to Southwark to see if the Lib Dems are doing any better than the Tories at snatching power from Labour. Carl Mercer is our man there. Carl, what can you tell us?
Well, as we said earlier, Nina, there's been one close result in South London tonight that went the full distance. Millwall lost that one to Birmingham, and I think we're going to go the same way here tonight, to be honest. I think we could even go to extra time and penalties the way it's going. It's down to kind of 3 key wards here at the moment, with the Lib Dems needing something like 6 more seats to take control of the council. It was their #1 target, and it's looking a little bit iffy at the moment for them, it has to be said. And the 2 people likely to be most affected by this are with me now. I've got the Labour leader, Stephanie Elsey, and Nick Stanton, the Lib Dem leader, with me. Stephanie, things are looking somewhat better for you than you might have expected, I guess, tonight.
Well, no, not really. I think it's pretty much turning out as we very much expected. This is the first time we will have had this election on these new ward boundaries, and we always believed that that lost us about 3 to 4 seats, so we knew that we were going to have a tough battle, given that we have no overall control anyway. So it is tight, but we knew it would be. It's a hard fight.
How important is it for you to keep this a Labour borough? It's been Labour ever since it was set up, apart from falling into no overall control in the last couple of years.
Well, obviously it's important to us in the Labour Party to keep it for Labour, but I think my view is it's also important for the people of Southwark for it to stay under Labour control, because I think we've got the right policies, the right agenda to take the borough forward.
She would say that, wouldn't she, Nick Stanton?
She would.
You have a different view. You're hoping to become the first Lib Dem leader, a non-Labour leader of this council, and you're expected to do so. Realistically, your leader's been down here, you've been pushing it hard. It's not looking quite as rosy as perhaps it was a couple of days ago.
No, I think the headline news is that Labour look as though they've lost control of Southwark after 40 years. This looks like being the first election ever where they haven't got an overall majority. Also in North Southwark and Bermondsey, Simon Hughes' constituency, there's now not a single Labour councillor left, 19 years after he won the seat. So we've achieved 2 of the targets. There are 2 close wards, and we'll see how many extra seats the Lib Dems gain from those.
2 out of 3 may not be bad, Nick, but I mean the overall aim of the Lib Dems must have been to seize control here. It was one of the key targets in the whole of the country, so you must be. I mean, you're talking a loser's game at the moment, if you like.
I'm trying to tell you the news that we've actually got, and there are 3 wards still being counted, and 2 of those are wards in which the Liberal Democrats are actively hoping to gain or hold seats. And when we've got the results of those, I'll be able to give you a better position.
I think we're going to have the politicians' answers from both of you come the morning, briefly, that you've managed to hold on just about. You're feeling like you've had a good job here tonight, Nick, because you've made gains.
Well, I mean, everyone's been writing us off in Southwark for years, and I think yet again we've shown that we can fight a hard fight here, and I do expect by tomorrow morning, even if we haven't got an overall majority, that you'll still find the largest vote is for Labour across the borough.
I'll have to stop you both there. Thanks very much for joining us. Like I said, it's going to be a long one here tonight, probably 4 o'clock before we know the result. Back to you, Nina.
Carl, thank you. Another Tory target seat is Croydon. It's been Labour since 1994, but before that it was True Blue for 26 years. The Conservatives have thrown all their resources at it, with visits from front benchers and full-page adverts in the local papers. This from Sally Graham.
Croydon is one of the councils that the Conservatives are desperate to claw back from Labour. It was their heartland for 26 years until 1994. But which party has been most successful in persuading their voters to the ballot box?
It will, I think, be something of a touchstone about the performance of the Conservative Party and the Labour Party. Obviously, I believe that we need a Labour council in Croydon to do the things that I think are important to the people of Croydon. But we'll have to wait and see. This is going to be quite an exciting result.
We have to win Croydon if we are on the way back. Of that there's no doubt. And if we don't, well, it'd be a disappointment. I don't think we're going to do any worse than we have done in the past. The question is, how much better are we going to do?
In this straight fight between Labour and the Conservatives, the results look too close to call for now. But if the Tories have succeeded in making headway here tonight, it'll be an important sign of recovery for an embattled party. Sally Graham, BBC London News in Croydon.
Let's get more now from John. We've heard from Basildon, Southwark and Enfield. What are the other key boroughs we should be looking out for tonight?
Well, Croydon is absolutely key there. Richard Ottaway made the point there, we have to win Croydon if we're going to be on the way back. Richard Ottaway told me a few days ago they were going to win Croydon with a majority of 8. We shall see. Didn't look so confident just there, did he? Another result we just had, actually, Labour have lost control of Harlow, I'm told, to no overall control. So we're getting a lot of results from outside London. Carl says that we're going to have to wait till 4 o'clock in the morning there to get that Southwark result. Obviously looks very close there. Besides Croydon, we need to look at Harrow. Can Labour hold on there? Can the Liberal Democrats hold on in Richmond? We've not heard any news from there yet. Islington, that's a Lib Dem Labour fight as well. Bexley, a Tory council at the moment. Kingston, can the Liberal Democrats take that one? So there's a lot of real key seats. Croydon, though, as we've seen, it's a big Tory prize there. I mean, the Prime Minister went there and launched Labour's campaign. Tory big gun's been there too. They've been battling it out on crime. And, of course, if the Tories can win these councils, then obviously Ian Duncan Smith's strategy of concentrating on crime is obviously paying dividends. But I'm hearing from Croydon that there's a couple of recounts there. And perhaps the Tories are not making the gains that they really hope to make. They saw that as a key prize, Croydon, as we've heard.
Briefly, John, we're going to have to let you go in a minute, but is low turnout yet again going to be the story of the local elections?
I think it probably is, yes. They'll be very disappointed, the government, that all these new voting methods just don't seem to have done any good.
Thank you. Well, that's it from me and John. I'll be back in breakfast at 6:30 with John with more election news in London and the South East. Now, though, it's time to hand you back to David Dimbleby.
Welcome back. Quick look at where things stand now. We haven't, by the way, had very much in from London, as you'll appreciate, and that's why we're fairly light on councillors still, even though we've had a lot of results in so far. Here we are on the councils. Labour are down 3 overall. Conservatives 0, 21, exactly as they were at the moment overall. Liberal Democrats gained 1. On councillors, 1,000, just over 1,000 Labour councillors, they're down 100. Conservatives on 700, up 48. Liberal Democrats 471, up 19. Independents 54, down 28. And the others up 8. Key Tory gains, these are from overall control. Ada, Swale, Rochford and Havant. Labour losses, Hull, Redditch, Norwich, Harlow to no overall control. Tory lose Calderdale and Worthing. And Liberal Democrat gains. Norwich, of course, we've got Liberal Democrat losses there, Sheffield and Oldham, and gains Norwich, Eastbourne and Cheltenham. Various other bits of news. A residents group has taken control of Elmbridge, we'll maybe talk about that, and Kidderminster Hospital and Health Concern, that's the campaign to save the Kidderminster Hospital, has taken control of the council in Wyre Forest. The turnout is now running at around 34%. It's the highest since Labour came into office in 1997. 34% is the highest local election figure. And in wards where all postal voting has been done, instead of going to the booth and putting a cross on a ballot paper, turnout is up by 28% to over 50% in most places, I think. So that's how things stand at the moment anyway. And let's just go to Bradford, though, which was a Tory hoped for, I'll call it that, and join June Kelly. June.
Well, David, not a good night for the Tories here in Bradford. This is where Ian Duncan Smith launched their local election campaign, and they had been hoping to make a number of gains. In fact, at the end of tonight, they've got just 2 extra seats. Now, no party has overall control here. For the last couple of years, the Conservatives have been running the council through an alliance with the Lib Dems. And after tonight, both Labour and the Tories both have 38 seats. So the Lib Dems remain the power brokers. And the question is going to be which party they hitch their wagon to. We won't know anything about that for a couple of days. One interesting footnote here. Bradford had a very high number of postal voters. Nearly 10% of the electorate opted to vote by post, and there have been allegations of election fraud, and in fact there is a police investigation underway.
OK, well, thanks very much, Theresa May. Let me just ask you to comment on what looks as though it's not yet, anyway, a very good night for the Conservatives. We don't know about London. But, I mean, you were thinking that you'd pick up a couple of hundred council seats. That's what the general feeling was. You should get about that.
Well, I was always saying that we reckoned on by-election results. It will probably be about 34% and 100 to 150 seats overall. I mean, I think what's interesting about the results tonight, somebody asked me today what I thought the overall trend was going to be, and I said, actually, I think it's going to be swings and roundabouts. We're going to see all the parties gaining in some areas and losing in others. And that's what we've seen. I mean, as you've said, we've gained Havant, Swale, Rochford, Ada. I understand we've also gained Wokingham, Shrewsbury and Atcham. Obviously, we've made some losses. Labour have made some gains and losses, and so have the Liberal Democrats. And I think it's early to tell that there isn't an actual clear trend coming out of these results. But certainly the 34% is about what I was expecting.
Well, Mark Oaten, Chairman of the Liberal Democrat Party, what do you think? You've had a sort of mixed night. You lost Oldham, control of Oldham. You lost control of Sheffield.
I think Theresa's right to some extent. There are some swings and roundabouts, but I think there is one theme which is emerging here, which is that if Ian Duncan-Smith did want to have the kind of breakthrough you'd be expecting at this point in the Parliament, he's done probably worse than William Hague did 4 years ago.
But hang on, it's a bit early for a breakthrough, isn't it? I mean,
when are they going to start? They've got to start at some point, and frankly, this was their first electoral chance to make some kind of impact. We were told, weren't we, that Labour were unpopular. This was IDS's first major electoral test, and he's failed.
Well, he's only had seven months in position.
No honeymoon then. I mean, you might have even expected some kind of honeymoon for him, but that hasn't even emerged. What's being demonstrated here is the Conservatives are flatlining. It is extremely difficult for them to budge out of this position.
Hilary Armstrong, I'll just come to you, because otherwise people wonder why you're sitting here without my ever speaking to you.
Well, I was wondering that myself.
Yeah, I thought you might be wondering that. Just before, I'm going to go to Peter Snow in just a moment, but just before I do, what's the... I mean, it looks better for Labour than you were expecting. You've had some setbacks.
We've certainly had some setbacks, but overall it is much better than we were expecting. And I have to say, in 2000, the Tories were on 39%. And so we've actually seen in local government elections a significant fall in the share of the vote for the Tories. So I can imagine they are very disappointed. I'm amazed that in some places like Trafford, for example, the last council that Labour ever won, before we won the general election, in Trafford we've held on. The Tories only needed to win 2 seats there, and we've held on. And in council after council, where there was a narrow majority, and we saw them as battleground councils and we were expecting or preparing to lose, we've actually held on. So I think it's been mainly a very bad night for the Tories. But then after that, I do think there have been, yes, swings and roundabouts, and maybe that's for a good reason. Maybe it is that people are voting on local issues more as the years go on. I always thought that that was an important thing, to shift the balance from it always being a referendum on the national scene to actually looking at local results. And I think in some areas you're beginning to see that. Okay. The other tremendous thing is the increase in turnout in the all-postal ballots. Okay. That is really to be welcomed by everyone.
Yes, as long as the all-postal ballots aren't leading to fraud, which is another issue. But, well, it may be. Now, I'm going to come back. I just got a bit of news for people in Portsmouth. The result in Portsmouth has been held up till the morning because there's a 4th recount in the only ward that hasn't been declared. And at present, Liberal Democrats, Tories and Labour all have 13 seats. So they're all battling for this one council seat. It's great, great. That's great stuff. Well, it'll be hung anyway, won't it? Somebody will have to deal with somebody because 13-13-14 is going to be the result. But what I want to do is to go back to the issue of this as a test of Ian Duncan-Smith's leadership of the Conservative Party. I want you to watch this from Peter Snow.
Pointing night for the Tories, but there is overall, if you look at the share of the vote, the 34%, Common Lab, there is a swing to the Tories of some 4% from the last general election. So let's just look at the challenge in front of the Tories and take the illustration of London. Now, here's London in 2001. This is the huge second Labour landslide. Look at all those Labour seats, a great swathe of red there. And the result in London, of course, is 55 Labour seats. Here they come, popping up on our scoreboard. 55 Labour, only 13 Conservative seats in London in the general election last year. The Liberal Democrats on 6 and the others on 0. Now, one of the surviving Conservative MPs in London was Ian Duncan Smith, the Tory leader. He came to be after that. Here he is. He's popping up now in Chingford. That's his safe seat there in Chingford. Now, of course, his dream is to get to number 10 Downing Street. There's number 10 Downing Street, also incidentally on a safe Conservative seat, the City of London and Westminster over here. Now, of course, his dream, rather like Dorothy and the Wizard of Oz, is to find himself a blue brick road that would take him all the way. Look at all those seats there that he'd love to change from red to blue to take him into Downing Street there. Now, can he do that? Well, it has happened before. Back in 1992, the Tories had a fairly good result. Of course, it was the end of the Thatcher period, and here we had the 1992 election result, with those seats all around the outside of London there going blue. And, of course, Ian Duncan Smith was perfectly able to walk all the way along here on this blue, through these blue Tory seats here, places like Bromley and Bexley and places like Wimbledon and Mitcham, right the way up here through Putney, Kensington and Chelsea, Hammersmith and Fulham, to the City of Westminster here. And that is where the person in number 10 then was not, of course, Ian Duncan Smith, but John Major. So Ian Duncan Smith could have walked all that way in 1992, but there's John Major, of course, in charge as he was then. And here's Ian Duncan Smith looking now to see how far he can get along a blue brick road that would take him there. Well, now, he won't get there, will he? Anything like with a 4% swing, but how far would he get if the changes in the share of the vote all over the country so far were reflected in the general election in London? This is what would happen. Here we are. There are the colours changing on the map there. You can see that that big Labour swathe is still pretty much there. But just around the east side there of London, round here, he might just be able to make it through Ilford North, which has now gone blue, down here across the Thames, Bexley, Heath and Crayford has gone blue, down here through those safe Tory seats like Bromley, skirting Orpington, which seems to have gone Lib Dem on the way the share of the vote is going. And here we have him again coming up in Beckenham against Labour and the Liberal Democrats. So he is going to manage, if he tries to walk his blue brick road with his 4% swing, to get some way there. Here he is. He's down there in the lower bottom of Croydon South, but he's going to be stopped by Tony Blair in Croydon North and by Charles Kennedy there in Carshalton. So a 4% swing, OK, but still quite some way from that target, David.
Very much. Well, Theresa May has been watching absolutely fascinated at this picture. Does it tell a story that alarms you a bit?
Well, I think the story it tells me is I will never get Peter Snow to lay my carpet, actually. But apart from anything else, no, I mean, this is, we know that we're just at the start of the changes that we're making as a party. And as I've said earlier, the results tonight don't alarm me at all. And I think they are a mixed result for all the parties.
What are these?
But we have made some gains, and we're pleased with those gains. There are some seats that we had hoped, some councils we'd hoped to take that we haven't taken. But I think that actually we are starting that movement, and we've recognised that it's going to be on March.
What are these changes?
To the party as a whole, in the approach that we're taking in politics, and of course our policy review that we have at the moment. Yeah, but what was being said earlier, I think, by some of the commentators, by Andrew Marr particularly, I think was very relevant here, because what Andrew was saying was that at the moment we're not at a stage where the voters perhaps have got the full perception of the Conservative Party. That's partly because we haven't got our policy review over and that policy package out there in the open. But that process is taking place.
But what I think Tony King was also saying was that we've got this polling information that suggests that Labour has failed to appeal to voters on a lot of the basics, and yet their vote is holding up.
Well, their vote
I mean, apart from the economy.
Yes, I mean, their vote is holding up to a very great extent in what would have been known as traditional Labour heartlands. And of course, Hillary talks about these elections being compared against 2000. Of course, the more accurate comparison is when all these seats were up.
Most of the seats were up in 1998. Yes.
It's 1998. And in fact, if you look...
But not in percentage of the vote.
Well, your vote hasn't improved.
The last time the whole of London was up.
But your vote hasn't improved on 98?
It's improved very slightly. very slightly on 1998.
No big deal.
Yeah.
No big deal, is it?
No, but there is some, what I've been saying is there is some movement there. We didn't expect this to be a great landslide for the Conservatives. We never said it was going to be. We said we would make modest gains. That's what's happening. It's as we were expecting.
All right. I can't withhold any longer crucial information from Hartlepool about the monkey who wishes to become mayor. So we'll leave the Tory party just for a moment and join Zainab Badawi. Zainab, are you there?
The tension and the excitement is mounting here at the Mill House Leisure Centre in Hartlepool, because we were expecting a result a little while ago, but the question on everybody's lips at the moment is, will the monkey candidate win? And all we can say at this stage is that the indications are that the monkey candidate, otherwise known as Stuart Drummond, you may be able to see him there, he's wearing a green shirt, blue tie with a white rosette with a bit of blue in the middle. He's not wearing his usual monkey outfit today. He's exchanged that for a rather sober suit. Now, this is somebody who decided to run for a bit of a laugh, really, but it would seem that, and we can't say for sure, obviously, but he seems to be the front runner on the first count. What he's got to do is get more than 50% on the first vote. If he doesn't, then it goes to a second count where people's second preferences are taken into account. The other strong contender is Leo Gillen, a local businessman who's the Labour Party candidate. So it's not looking actually very, very good for Labour. This was their great experiment, bring local democracy to the people, directly elected mayors. But did they have in mind somebody who would stand as the mascot of Hartlepool United Football Club? His manifesto had two main ideas: free daily bananas to children under the age of 11, and he wanted to make sure that leisure centres in Hartlepool wouldn't be closed down. But it seems to have struck a chord with the people of Hartlepool, because as I was walking around the city, I saw his name on windows, in shops and so on, and he really seems to understand the language of the local people. And also, just looking at the wider picture away from Hartlepool, also worries for Labour, because of course down the road in Middlesbrough we have Ray Mallon, the former CID chief, who most people are saying is a dead cert for the mayor there, and we should note that result tomorrow. And also in North Tyneside, the Conservative and the Labour candidates are running neck and neck for the post of mayor there. So of the 7 cities which are going for a directly elected mayor across the country in England, 3 of those are in the northeast, one of the main bastions of Labour support, and it looks like they might be in trouble. But we know a little bit later on when we've had the results of that count, and still can't tell you when that will be, David.
OK, Zainab, thanks very much indeed. Oh,
thank you.
Sorry. Excuse me, I have to put a microphone on in order to be heard. I just trodden it. Zainab, thank you very much. Well, now, I just want to introduce my guests, if I put that on there. My guests here. I've been joined by Peter Brooks, the cartoonist of the Times, whose cartoons we saw a bit earlier on, and we're going to just talk you through some of these and about the change in attitude that you had towards Tony Blair. Alice Thompson from the Daily Telegraph, columnist, is with us, and Andrew Rawnsley, who wrote the excellent account of New Labour, Servants of the People, the inside story of New Labour. Just before I ask you all to, first of all, look at Peter Brooks' cartoons and then talk about the change in perception, we set up 2 video booths this afternoon, one in Liverpool and one in Enfield. You know, those places where you go in and say what you think. Yeah. And we had a number of people go in and say what they think, and this is what they thought, or what they said they thought.
He makes an awful lot of promises. He does arbitrary policies, but there seems to be no coherence there.
I think it's just, more than anything, his mannerisms, everything, like his speech even, just there's something about him that just doesn't really connect to me, like personally. I just always feel that maybe he's got some other, I don't know, motive in the back of his mind.
I think on a lot of things he's done a good job. Some of the issues about his politics over in foreign countries I'm still unsure about, and getting involved in wars and other people's peacekeeping problems.
With this government's for the long term, it's all they're interested in is flying round and round the blooming world.
Well, I don't like the way the Prime Minister is handling the Middle East problem. And I think he's too friendly with Bush. And I think he's too friendly with the Israelis.
He's all right. He's not a bad man. He's the best of a bad bunch.
Well, this is not about the local elections. This is about the 5 years of Tony Blair's government. Peter Brooks, if we could have a look at some of your cartoons, and perhaps you kick off by saying how you saw him when he came in and how things changed.
Well, this cartoon was shortly after he came in, a few months after he came in 97, and he was in France speaking, I think, to the French Parliament in French. And what I wanted to get across was, I mean, it was a pretty obvious thing to do in a sense, the idea of the Sun King, Louis XIV.
Tat, it's me, if I translate it correctly.
Le tat, c'est moi, is the pun I'm trying to get across.
But you were a sceptic from the start, were you?
No, I wasn't a sceptic from the start. I felt there were certain things about him that when I look at a cartoon coming up, which explains that.
Okay, let's see another one, if we can.
This particular cartoon I drew just before the 97 election. And the feeling I wanted to get across is I hope, self-explanatory, and that is that his instincts were Tory then and still are in many ways. I think in so many different ways he's very much Thatcherite. It's a theme that I've sort of progressed, and I think is
a closet conservative.
Yes, I think he is in himself is pretty conservative in many ways.
Let's see another. Can we do that? Yes.
Here I'm showing a difference in style, really, between Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister. I mean, at that stage, it just seemed to me that Blair was getting more and more remote from Labour attitudes, if he ever were close to Labour attitudes. My feeling actually is that
BBC One, Helen Willits has the holiday weather.
Tony Blair is to Labour attitudes as Cliff Richard is to rock and roll, really. They don't really go together.
Well, from me, Dean Lydiot, and the late team here on BBC One, we'll wish you a very good Friday, as we now hand you over to BBC News 24.
On his back from public service workers, was it? The one sticking his finger up.
Oh, well, I don't know whether that's directly related to that. I can't remember.
What have we got here? Back again.
Oh, well, this was after his victory in the last election, and to me it seemed, I had to do the cartoon obviously without knowing the result, but it seemed to me that it was pretty obvious Blair was going to get in. And
well, they could have pulled it if he hadn't won.
Well, no, because I made it work that if by some strange chance Haig won, it could still be Thatcherite, Thatcher walking in, if you see what I mean.
The cartoon essentially.
Yes, I'm afraid to say cartoonists often have to. I mean, on election night,
it's like the man who had to record the end of the boat race before it was over, and recorded victory for Oxford and victory for Cambridge. Another one, perhaps we have time for if we. Yes.
Well, sometimes cartoons aren't necessarily made to make people laugh, ha ha. I mean, in this particular cartoon, what I was trying to get across was that in the bombing of Belgrade, the stakes were suddenly raised, as have been the stakes raised by Thatcher in the Falklands conflict, and so having a shift from the sink the Belgrano to sink Belgrade. And
were you against it?
I was against that particular strategy of bombing, yes, in a sense that it's not the same in Afghanistan now, because the bombing is a sort of has been a softening up for ground troops. In Kosovo, it wasn't like that at all.
Okay, well, let's just have a talk about what we've seen so far. Andrew Rawnsley, you wrote this book of the first, what was it, first 4 years?
The first term, really.
First term, yes. Did you see a big change in Blair during it?
I think just on the point, which is the sort of theme of Peter's cartoons, I think it probably suited Tony Blair for a while if some Conservative voters wanted to think of him as a Tory and they could swallow voting for him as that would help him into power. But he He hasn't been. In fact, in an odd sort of way, he absolutely hates the Conservative Party, and part of his mission, as he once said, in a rare outburst at Question Time, which suggested he was sincere about it, he said, my mission is to destroy the Conservative Party. And one of the interesting, we don't remark on this enough, I think. I mean, just in electoral terms, this is probably a unique government. I mean, you go 5 years into all the other Labour governments, the MacDonald government, the Labour Party destroyed and was split. Attlee was down to a majority of 6 on his way out. Wilson in the 60s, horribly unpopular. If you'd had local elections, the local elections 5 years into that government, Labour kicked to death. Same story, but even worse, the Labour government in the 70s. The one area where he is very likely to emulate Margaret Thatcher, which will make him not only unique as a Labour Prime Minister, but very rare among any Prime Ministers since Sir Robert Walpole was there, he's very likely to win 3 general elections on the trot. And that is, that apart from Thatcher...
You have no doubts that he'll be the candidate for Labour at the next election?
Yes, I have very little. I mean, among the more fanatical ranks of Gordon Brown supporters, there may be some who wonder about his survival, but I think it'd be very doubtful, barring some drama or illness none of us could foresee, that he won't be Labour's candidate as Prime Minister the next election. And if he wins 3 on a trot, and I have to say the local election results confirm what we all feel, that you'd have to be offer very generous odds to want to bet on Ian Duncan Smith beating him at the next election. I mean, a hat-trick of victories is going on unique, apart from Margaret Thatcher, not only in modern times, but in all times in British politics.
Alice Thompson, do you agree with that?
I agree, yes, that Tony Blair has been doing very well and should still be doing very well. What's extraordinary is that it's his 5th anniversary this week, and instead of celebrating and saying, I'm this fantastic Prime Minister, I could end up having 3 terms, I'm doing extremely well, we've had no birthday cake, we've had absolutely nothing. We've had, in fact, he's tried to detract from the fact that it is 5 years. He's embarrassed that it's 5 years. He doesn't want to talk about it. You'd have thought you should be celebrating it. And I think the problem for him is that although he is doing well, it is so much to do with the Tories not doing well enough, as we've seen tonight. They're not breaking through. They've been flatlining for years. And that I think he feels he hasn't done enough. He knows more than anyone else that the electorate put him in there because they wanted changes in health, they wanted changes in education, they wanted something done in crime. And he feels embarrassed that after 5 years he hasn't managed to deliver, and that's why he's not celebrating now. And I think it's sad that he can't, because I think almost everybody wished him well at the beginning. Everyone had had enough of the Tories. Everyone was desperate for him to do well. And after 5 years, he hasn't really delivered.
I think it's something else as well. I mean, they're actually still 5 years in, quite prickly. You would think they'd be very self-confident now, as swaggering a government as it's sometimes portrayed in papers like the Daily Telegraph of these 2 landslide victories. I think one of the reasons they didn't celebrate 5 years is they're so acutely sensitive of the charge of being arrogant. They would say arrogant Blair, and that's why they're playing it all down.
Well,
I mean, the other things you mentioned, of course, are true, because then it challenges you directly to say what you've done with those 5 years.
But this week we've had a typical Labour week, which is gimmick, gimmick, gimmick. So instead of them coming up with serious issues, we've had too many of the little sort of hedging, like now we've got the fact that we're changing the lobby. I mean, why we need to announce today, on the day of the local elections, that they're going to change the lobby system that's been the same for 100 years. I mean, why do it now? It's just to change the headlines.
Well, I think nothing, except from journalists, a great yawn will have gone up over the country about changing the lobby system. And frankly, who cares?
It took up as much time on the 10 o'clock news, the BBC, as did the local elections. Well, so it is. There are too many gimmicks going on.
Well,
there's not enough
if they're
serious
trying
policy.
to distract from their local election results, it was a bad strategy.
Yes.
Spin's gone right. Well, this is one of the...
They don't have enough faith in themselves. I mean, they are actually doing very well in many ways.
You think they're doing well in what they're achieving?
Well,
I'm not talking about the vote, but in what they're actually achieving.
No, I think they're still doing well in the polls, and I think, I mean, it is partly to do with the fact that the Tories aren't doing well enough. But the actual sort of solid achievements aren't there yet, and that's what they worry about.
I mean, on all... Peter Snow, I don't know whether he's shown it or not, actually. I can't remember at this time. But we have this poll about the disappointment factor, and on all the key things about the delivery of services, people show disappointment. It's only on the economy.
The economy, they're doing very well.
And he's right to be nervous about that, isn't
he? Yes, and then they were very, very slow to address public services, but the reasons why they were interesting. Their neurosis, that after 18 years in opposition, and people tend to forget this, and it's slightly to their credit that they do, Tony Blair and Gordon Brown had run nothing in their lives. They'd not even be parliamentary under-secretaries, and suddenly one's Prime Minister, one's Chancellor of the Exchequer. So they were very slow to address public services. I agree with you about that. Oddly enough, even though they'd so attacked the Tories about the state of public services, I think they underestimated just how bad they'd become in the quarter century since the IMF imposed the cuts on the Callaghan-Healey regime. And I also think they were slightly naive in just how long it takes governments to achieve change, and
That's why they need to start right from the
slightly
beginning.
blithe
They've
in their
taken too
assumption that
long.
just because we're not Tories, therefore we can, on the same money, deliver a better health service, and that's proved not to be true. But I thought the striking thing was when they finally started to address it with the budget, is the question time after the budget, not one member of Theresa's party stood up to attack the tax rises. And I thought that was astonishing and a big term change in the terms of political trade. I mean, we had, for nearly 2 decades, Labour down to opposition for advocating spending, and now Tories fear to articulate tax cuts. Now, whether you think that's good or bad, that tells you actually they have made quite a big shift in the centre
But
of
it's taken them 5 years to do that. I mean, that's what's extraordinary. And also, they haven't come up with...
I want to come back to Peter Brooks. You have a different take on all these things because you watch them with a cooler eye, slightly distant eye. You're doing drawings. You're not having to argue as
you're
the colleagues on the left have done.
No, but you're still making a
You're not
point.
voluble about it. What do you see happening over this next period? How do you think Blair is developing?
Well, I think he's up against it. I mean, I think the idea of public services being the one thing that could be a real problem, apart from the health service, which has got all this money. There's transport. Now, nothing about transport really came up in the budget a week or so ago. And it seems to me that that's really where the whole thing could unravel, apart from the possibilities of Euro referenda and all the rest of it.
And what about Gordon Brown? The aspirations.
Well, yes. I mean, I think that's real. Aspirations for number 10. But it seems to me that Tony Blair is really the sort of front man for the real success, which is Gordon Brown, because I mean, no doubt at all, as has just been said, that the economy is the one real strength of the last 5 years, from the last 5 years.
Yes, the economists are starting to show some doubt about the budget and whether the figures actually add up.
But isn't that always the case?
But that is always the case.
Every year we get that. It's
anyway,
worse for people
we
like
won't
me.
get into that for the moment. But we are going to Burnley now, and John Pienaar is there because we have news.
Martin William, Liberal Democrat candidate, 846.
We've now just had...
And I do hereby declare that the candidates now listed
given the British National Party their first councillor. And there's every possibility of another on the way, with a recount taking place, and apparently the decision on that contest are hanging on single figures. Now, we have no BNP representative here with us now to talk to us, but Shahid Malik is with us, a Burnley man, a member of the Labour National Executive Committee. So, for his reaction, Shahid, first of all, what do you make of the result we've seen now?
Well, I mean, it's an incredibly sad day, not just for Burnley, but for the whole of the country. And I think people here are devastated. Well, I think we expected the BNP to do well, but they've gained the seat. And what that means now is that we've got to look at where we've been going wrong, and we've got to take some responsibility. And I think other mainstream parties as well have got to take some responsibility. We've got to redouble our efforts and expose these people for the Nazis that they really are. The majority of people that have voted for them don't actually know what they're about. They don't know that they're vile, racist thugs.
But what about that responsibility? I mean, these are voters who you would normally expect to vote Labour. Your message, and you campaigned very intensively, went simply past them. It was ignored. There was a failure there on the Labour Party's part too.
You wouldn't actually expect them to vote Labour in Cliviger and Worcester, where the BNP got in. But that to one side, we've got to take some responsibility. Burnley has started to change and turn the corner since the riots, but the pace of change hasn't been fast enough. And I've also got to say that I'm extremely disappointed that neither the Tories nor the Lib Dems put up their full slate of candidates. Of the 15 wards out here today, Labour and Lib Dems only fielded full candidates in 2 of those wards. I don't think that's healthy for democracy, and I don't think it helped this particular situation here tonight.
Well, we now have a BNP councillor, David Edwards, in the Cliviger ward. They did, however, hope for a larger number of candidates to be returned than that. Can this one candidate, if it is one, really count for that much?
I think it's symbolic, and it's a statement, that not only has Burnley got to wake up, but in fact this country has got to wake up in the same way that we woke up to Le Pen when he got where he's got to, and hopefully on the 5th of May the French people will give him a resounding no. But we've got to work together now, I think, with other like-minded people to ensure that we isolate and expose the BNP for what they are.
Still, you must accept, would you not, a degree of failure on the part of the Labour Party here. If not in this particular ward, in wards across Burnley, the BNP ran Labour fairly close.
Of course, we've got to take responsibility, and I think we're ready to do that. We're ready to relook at what we've been doing over the last few years, what we can do better, and that will start tomorrow morning. There's no doubt about that.
Well, how does it start? What can Labour do fairly urgently to start turning around the sort of situation we've seen here?
Well, you can have a quick solution, but it won't be sustainable in the long run. We've got to sit down and think about this. We can't have solutions overnight. It's going to take a little time. We've got to absorb where we are now, and then we've got to look at how we move forward, and that's going to take, you know, a little time, and we won't be rushed in doing that.
Now let's move over to from the Liberal Democrats. You also accept a degree of failure on the part of your party in failing to reach many of the voters who have turned elsewhere.
In the wards that we've polled very, very well. In my particular ward, the BNP came very poor forward. And the other wards that we've fought, again, the BNP is now. And I do accept that Burnley has to improve. We have to provide a better town for the people who are residents here.
Tories didn't help, and we've got to take responsibility and we bounce back.
The government has most definitely let Burnley down. They haven't provided the funds that we need to improve our appalling housing situation. And until that is resolved, until the Labour government realise that they have to assist us in these things, this situation is going to continue.
Now, it's been argued that the election of any number of BNP councillors in Burnley would drive investment, would drive business away. Is that campaign rhetoric? Is that a realistic danger?
No, I believe that to be true. I mean, as you say, if the BNP win 2 or 3 seats, they're not going to change anything in Burnley. But it really does portray an appalling situation to potential investors in the town that we have now got basically a racist town and racist councillors, seriously racist councillors.
How are you going to go about getting these people back from the party you play so dangerously?
The only way, I believe that obviously the majority of them are only going to be on for 1 year, and the council is going to have to redouble its efforts in a view to reverse the situation of tonight next year. I hope in that short time that businesses coming to Burnley will not take the business away. They will still trust and believe in the people of Burnley and continue to invest here. We are desperate for investment, not only in housing but also in manufacturing.
Yeah, and we can see further results coming in now as we speak. They're again showing that the BNP have posed more of a threat in some areas than was supposed originally. So clearly here in Burnley, although obviously not nationwide, not so much in a town like Oldham, there has been something for the main parties to be rather alarmed about.
Oh, extremely alarmed. As the leader of the Liberal Democrats up to this year and the mayor-elect, I am extremely concerned about what's gone on, and I am surprised that the people of Burnley have voted for them in the numbers they have. But it is now up to the council, with the assistance of the government, to reverse the trend that we have at the moment and ensure that in future years that the people of the town will not need to vote for the BNP. They will be happy to vote for the mainstream parties, which are the Liberal Democrats and the Labour Party, and in some cases the Conservative Party.
I have to stop you there. Thank you very much indeed, gentlemen, and with that, back to you in the studio.
John, thank you very much. Well, I've been joined in the studio by Lord Ouseley, who was former chairman of the Commission for Racial Equality. What's your reaction to that victory for the BNP?
Well, I'm very sad for the people of Burnley that certain parts of Burnley have expressed themselves in such a way. I wouldn't like to be a member of a minority community living in Burnley during the foreseeable future. I think the BNP vote is a very severe chill factor in terms of the future of community relations in that area, and there's quite a lot of work that will have to be done to try and re-engage with communities, those who are disaffected and who are voting in such a way. I think most important tonight is really the witnessing of the high level of voting which has taken place where the BNP
54% turnout in Burnley.
Very, very high, but of course it's localised. They haven't done as well everywhere, but it's still something they will interpret as a great victory and assert themselves in a way that I think will be detrimental for race relations.
Do you believe that people who voted BNP are themselves racist, or was it because the BNP has been very successful in turning itself into all sorts of other, a party interested in all sorts of other local issues?
There have been a number of public attitude surveys across the country over the last few years which have indicated on a self-return basis people admitting to high levels of racial prejudice in this country. And clearly where you've got situations where people feel that they've been let down, they've been abandoned, no one cares about them, and the BNP has exploited such feelings, then clearly people have voted along the lines that here is a party that's putting forward itself as more respectable than in the past, and it's saying that it cares about them and will do something for them as opposed to others who they believe are maybe getting preferential treatment from the mainstream parties.
Was the use of the word swamping by the Home Secretary just before these elections, in your opinion, a way of perhaps in some people's minds legitimising that attitude towards race issues and immigration?
Well, it's very hard to know how that would have been received. I know that it's been expressed to me in a lot of ways by minority communities that they felt that chill factor kicking in, that the word swamping had connotations with 1978 and Margaret Thatcher's speech at that time. And people felt that it was a process going on in which the Home Secretary was trying to engage with communities and tapping into that level of prejudice that may interpret the government as being tough and strong and assertive in seeking to do something about problems that they perceive to exist with regards to immigration, asylum seekers, and all the perceived problems associated with that. Now, I can only say from my own response from saying that I think it was wrong to use such terminology, notwithstanding the fact that he was right to express very clearly what the government intention is to do with things that people have genuine concerns about, that I've received a lot of hate mail, very vile hate mail. I know other people who've expressed themselves publicly in such ways, which suggests that we've still got a long way to go to deal with the issue of prejudice and hatred.
What do you say to people who voted BNP? I mean, we're talking about, we don't know the numbers, of course we don't know the numbers. We know there was roughly a 54% turnout. What do you say to them about the way they've cast their vote?
I'm saying that what they are likely to see is an increased level of hatred, divisiveness. Those who have been elected under that ticket will see themselves as only serving the interests of those that they believe they are there to serve, rather than serving the interests of all the people within the electorate. There will be difficulties in the way in which the council seeks to manage its affairs, bearing in mind there's a new Race Relations Amendment Act with duties on public authorities, and if individual councillors express themselves in ways that are damaging to race relations, there could be a prosecution. So I think we'll see difficult times in the way in which local authorities want to manage. But what we also have to see, because clearly we can't ignore the expression of people's votes, is a response, a very clear response to engage with those communities and relate to the problems that they face in terms of education, poverty, housing, and other concerns they have about divisiveness within the communities.
It's a long time, Tony King, since the BNP won a seat as councillor. They won these. What significance do you attach to it?
Oh, I think it's pretty serious business. In Burnley and Oldham, the BNP, where it was contesting, got rather more than a quarter of the vote. That is worrying. It's worrying for the kinds of reasons that Lord Ouseley has given. As always on these occasions, one has to keep a sense of proportion. It is true that the BNP got, let's say, 26-27% of the vote. That means that something like 73-74% of people did not vote for the BNP. The BNP candidate, we infer, finished the bottom of the trio who were elected in the ward that he won. He'll only be there for 1 year. It'll be interesting to see what happens a year hence. This will sound a kind of cheap point, but I don't think it is. Notice that in Wyre Forest, the group of people who want to support the Kidderminster Hospital have 22 seats in one district, and the BNP will undoubtedly try to present their very small-scale victory tonight as though they were some kind of electoral juggernaut about to roll over the country. There's absolutely no evidence that that's going to happen.
David Edwards, who won the seat, actually came second, not third, so he'll be 2 years a councillor there. But let's just go to Peter Snow for an assessment of the BNP's strength. Peter.
Well, electoral juggernaut or not, David, in that very particular part of the world, certainly the BNP is looking pretty dangerous, or whatever you like to use the description to describe the way they're doing. Just let's look at it. Here we have Oldham West and Royton, 16%, in Michael Meacher's seat, The BNP scored 16% in that seat. That was the highest they scored in any seat in the country in the general election last year, and they pushed incidentally the Liberal Democrats down into 4th place in Oldham, West and Royton. Now, what are we getting this time? Well, in wards in certain, very specific, of course, parts of the country, as Terry King says, we are getting in Oldham, the place where they voted at 16% in only one constituency before, 27%, 3 wards in Oldham, 26% in Dudley, the BNP are running at, in Burnley at 26%. David Edwards, a councillor elected in Burnley, second among 3 candidates there, 26%. And even in Gateshead, right over in the northeast of England, 10% for the BNP. So clearly, in certain parts, the BNP almost doubling their score in the general election. David.
Peter, thank you very much. Andrew Marr, what are the other political parties going to do about this? Because they suddenly got very exercised, didn't they? Got exercised by Le Pen's, well, not victory, but Le Pen coming second because the Socialists did so badly in France.
Not in a very dissimilar proportion of that vote, it has to be said. Very different voting system.
What was it, 17%? Wasn't it? Up from 15 or
exactly.
yes.
And we're looking so far 18% in all the BNP seats that they've been standing so far. So not so dissimilar. Well, I think right across, I was talking to Ian Duncan Smith about this a couple of days ago, and he said the really pernicious thing about this kind of politics is that it takes an issue where people have legitimate and genuine direct concern like crime, like street crime, and kind of connects it seamlessly into other issues like Europe and race and so on. And therefore the first thing that mainstream politicians have to do is to start to disconnect these issues again and say, yes, there is a crime problem, let's deal with the crime problem. Yes, we have arguments about Europe, let's deal with them separately.
And yes, some of our schools are in danger of being swamped by immigrants, let's deal with that.
Not a word, I have to say, that any Conservative has used in recent months. Now, inside the Labour Party, there is a genuine and quite fierce argument about how you deal with this. Whether you take, as it were, the David Blunkett line, which is that you have to confront what these people are frightened about and deal with it very, very vigorously, the iron fist, the mailed fist, or whether that's just pandering and you have to kind of go in a completely different direction.
This is really interesting stuff. I just want to briefly ask the three of you, as professional politicians, how you think what you think the proper response is. Hilary Armstrong, you start.
We will do what we did last time when there was a BNP councillor elected in Tower Hamlets. We will expose what they're really like, demonstrate that they are dividing communities rather than building communities and offering hope and opportunity to people.
But what about the point Andrew Marr made about actually addressing the things that make people vote for the BNP?
Very clear that we are.
Were you behind what David Blunkett said?
We know, and we've said consistently, and we've fought a very strong election on the issue of crime, because that is the issue that has been most prevalent on the doorstep right across the country. We know that it's, if you like, it's the antisocial behaviour, it's the intimidation, it's the fear of crime.
But it's your failure.
That has got to people.
It's your failure that's led to the BNP, isn't it?
It is our collective failure that has led to
You've been in office for 5 years.
Hang on, David. I think people over there are absolutely right. We've got to keep this in proportion. The BNP throughout the country were only able to field 68 candidates out of nearly 6,000 wards were up for election this time. They are a minute element in our society, and we have to deal with them effectively, but we don't have to overplay them either.
Okay. What do you think?
Well, obviously it is a serious issue, as Tony King has said, and we do have to take it seriously. And I think we all have to think about how we are addressing, whether we're addressing the issues that are of real concern to people. And it's exactly the point that Andrew Marr was making, that what we've seen here is an extreme group taking concerns of people and trying to using them for their own purposes, so that they can gain a foothold on the political ladder here.
But you can't just lecture people about the dangers of voting National Front.
No, absolutely not. That's not what I'm saying, David. What I'm saying is that for all of us, we have to ask ourselves how we can actually readdress those issues that are the ones that are coming up on the doorstep. I mean, that's why crime was at the centre point of our campaign for the local government elections. It was an issue that was of real concern to people.
How would you try, as Liberal Democrats, to wean people away?
2 points. I mean, first of all, I suspect now tomorrow's headlines will all be about this, and if they win 2 or 3 seats, that's 2 out of 5,000 seats. Second point is you don't pander to it. You win an argument. You go out there and you argue strongly and passionately for what you believe in, and you take people on. You don't shift your language to try and pander to those individuals.
OK. Well, we'll be back here in a moment, but we're coming up to, what, 25 to 2, and it's time for the news in your areas. I don't know whether we're going to be able to get more council results or whether we're going to have the news from the world and from Britain. I gather the news from Britain and the world. So here's the news, and join us again later. We still haven't had any results worth talking about from London, which we'll have, and we'll also have the enjoyable experience of talking to the monkey, sadly not in costume, who may by then have had his result. But anyway, he's in Hartlepool. Join us again.
This is BBC News 24. Good morning, I'm Peter Dobby with a summary of the other main news. The American Secretary of State Colin Powell has announced that the United States, United Nations, the European Union and Russia have agreed to prepare arrangements to hold a Middle East peace conference within the next couple of months. After talks in Washington, Mr. Powell said the group would work with Israel and the Palestinians in what he said would be a window of opportunity to take prompt action. But he said the Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat must understand that this opportunity would be the last one open to him. Well, the Secretary of State's announcement came some hours after the Palestinian leader stepped out of his battered headquarters in Ramallah for the first time in more than a month. Israeli forces lifted their siege of his compound after 6 Palestinians wanted by Israel were handed over to British and American guards.
Free at last, Yasser Arafat emerges into the sunlight. The Palestinian leader triumphant, mobbed by supporters. He's seen off the tanks, but they've left their mark. This is what was waiting for him. His compound is in ruins, pounded by Israeli forces for weeks on end. Even his Mercedes mangled. Israel wanted to crush Arafat, to paralyze him. But one more time, he's managed a getaway. Speeding off this morning for a tour of Ramallah to check the damage and the casualties. His people lining the streets. But while Arafat was captive, others were killed. He went first today to honour the dead, leading prayers at a common grave for 17 Palestinians, civilians and fighters killed during the Israeli assault. From the dead to the living, a bedside visit, Arafat kissing the feet of this wounded man. But he gave up some militants to secure his own release. That was Israel's price. Everywhere he appears, Yasser Arafat is getting a hero's welcome. But his new freedom isn't all that sweet. There is wreckage across the West Bank. He's got a huge amount of rebuilding to do. According to one Palestinian official, it's going to be like starting again from scratch. But safe among his people today, he was promising to fight on all the way to a Palestinian state. Those dreams are a long way off. It will take a lot more than this to patch up the peace process, and without peace, there will be no state. Inside his compound tonight, Yasser Arafat wasn't celebrating. He wanted to talk about the Israeli assault on Jenin.
Where is the committee which had been decided, the international committee, to follow up these crimes and these massacres?
But when I asked if he would stop Palestinian suicide bombings, this was the reaction. Will you act now? Will you act now against the militants? And with that, he left. Outside, the wreckage still all around tonight. Yasser Arafat will have to rebuild from the ruins up, and he knows that if the suicide bombings continue, the Israeli tanks could come right back. Orla Guerin, BBC News, at Arafat's compound in Ramallah.
And in Bethlehem, the siege continues at the Church of the Nativity. A group of people calling themselves peace activists managed to get into the church with bags of supplies, raising their arms as they ran past Israeli troops standing guard around the building. Hours before, Israeli forces shot dead 1 Palestinian and injured at least 2 others who'd come out of the church into its courtyard. 1,000 British troops, mainly Royal Marines, are scouring the mountains of Afghanistan in a major operation against al-Qaeda forces. It's the biggest British combat deployment since the Gulf War. The search has been going on for the last 4 days. So far, there's been no contact with the enemy, but the Marines commander has warned the operation southeast of the capital, Kabul, could be dangerous and there may be casualties. 3 dissident Irish Republicans are facing prison after admitting planning a bombing campaign for the real IRA. Michael MacDonald, Declan Rafferty and Fintan O'Farrell also pleaded guilty at Woolwich Crown Court in London to trying to obtain detonators, rocket-propelled grenades and handguns. They were caught following a sting operation by MI5 and the anti-terrorist branch. A Roman Catholic priest at the centre of the child sex abuse scandal in the priesthood has been arrested in California on charges of child rape. Father Shanley is alleged to have molested dozens of young children and previously publicly advocated sex between men and boys. The case has become a focus for American Catholics who have accused the church of a cover-up on the issue of paedophile priests.
It's the knock on the door 71-year-old Paul Shanley had no doubt been dreading. He's been in hiding since allegations emerged that he had sex with boys as young as 6. After questioning at his San Diego apartment, the former parish priest was taken to the local police station where he was charged with child rape.
Father Shanley, did you rape and molest little boys when you were a priest in Boston? Did you do it?
No comment from Mr. Shanley. It's claimed that whilst working as a pastor in Boston, he lured young boys out of their Christian doctrine class.
The priest would take them to one of 3 locations, to the bathroom, often across the street to the rectory, or to the confessional, and that is where the sexual abuse would occur.
Later, the families of Paul Shanley's alleged victims maintained his arrest was long overdue.
This will not happen to another child at the hands of Paul Shanley.
This is but the latest development in a scandal which has shaken the Catholic Church in America to its core. So far, nearly 200 priests have been suspended in 18 states since the allegations first came to light back in January. Paul Shanley now faces the possibility of life in prison. David Willis, BBC News, Southern California.
While staying abroad in France now, presidential candidates have held their final election rallies of the campaign. The far-right Jean-Marie Le Pen addressed supporters in the Mediterranean city of Marseille. The number of people turning out to support him was fewer than had been expected. The incumbent, Jacques Chirac, spoke north of Paris to rally voters against Monsieur Le Pen. He urged voters to reject a nationalism which he said sullied the image and the honour of France. He accused today's far-right wing leaders of embracing a past of shame, cowardice and betrayal. Here, as the Queen continues her Jubilee tour of the country, one of her closest friends has been talking about the Queen's relationship with her late daughter-in-law, Diana, Princess of Wales. Lady Georgina Kennard, interviewed for a special BBC documentary, says the Queen and Diana simply don't get on. The Queen and Prince Philip are travelling to around 60 towns all over the country. On Thursday, she went to Bath, where she thanked well-wishers for all their support.
Whatever the difficulties of the past, the Queen today appeared at ease with herself and with the remarkable reception she was given on this second day of her Jubilee tour. It's common knowledge that she sometimes viewed Diana as an impossible girl, but she will not welcome the revisiting of their relationship provoked by the interview with her friend, Lady Kennard.
I was always surprised that they didn't get on. I mean, the Queen wouldn't have a row with anybody, I don't think, but I think she was rather surprised at many things. I think the Queen would, or anybody else, would never quite understand what Princess Diana was about. It would be impossible. I mean, I suppose one can say I think she was very damaged, her background and her childhood.
The relationship between the Queen and the Princess was not an easy one, but Diana did profess great respect for her mother-in-law. She once told me emphatically that she adored the Queen and would do anything for her. That, though, was clearly not the impression she always gave some of the royal family's closest friends. Today, here in Bath, though, the Queen was focusing on the Jubilee and how it was helping her through the loss of her mother and sister.
I would like to thank all those who have made the last 2 days so enjoyable.
Following a time of sadness in my family, the warmth of the welcome we have received in the southwest has been especially heartening.
And the welcome will certainly have pleased the palace. From Bath through to Wells and Taunton, the town and country roads have been lined with crowds. In all, some 60,000 people turned out to see her. It's been a flying start to this Jubilee tour. Ahead lie another 14 weeks of travels. Next on the agenda, the northeast of England. Jenny Bond, BBC News, Bath.
Now, the biggest and smelliest flower in the world is currently in bloom at Kew Gardens in London. The crimson giant has grown to a height of 9 feet tall since it came into bloom during the past 2 weeks, and its smell can drift up to half a mile. Thousands of visitors are travelling to Kew Gardens just to see it. The important opportunity to pollinate the rare flower by hand, which is being done at the moment, will probably not come again for another 6 years when the flower reappears. Back now to David Dimbleby and the latest on the local elections, vote 2002.
Good morning, welcome back. Just let's have a look at how things stand. First of all, councils overall so far. Labour, in terms of control, down 4, Conservatives up 5, Liberal Democrats up 2. Modest results all round. No overall control have gone down 5, others up 2. In terms of councillors, we have 6,000 to go, and by my rough estimate, that's only about halfway, but that's because London hasn't started to come in yet, though it is coming in, and over the next half hour, 3/4 of an hour, we'll get a lot of London results. At the moment, Labour is down 141. They were expected to do a bit worse than that, and the Conservatives were expecting to do a bit better than the 85 gains they've made. Liberal Democrats are up 10. It was thought the Liberal Democrats might lose tonight, but they've seemed to have held their position. Independents down 41, others up 6. Tory gains Welwyn and Hatfield, Swale, Rochford, Havant, Shrewsbury and Atcham, Stroud and Wokingham. And the Labour story, Labour gained Hyndburn from the Conservatives, but the party lost control of Hull. And the Liberal Democrats gained control of 4 councils from other parties, but lost control of Sheffield. And in Liverpool, the Lib Dems lost 4 wards to Labour, but the Lib Dems still control Liverpool. The BNP story, they won 1 seat so far in Burnley, averaging 18% of the vote where they've been contesting seats. So that's 1% higher than Le Pen's vote was in France, if that's relevant. And they're now saying they plan to field candidates in Scotland. Sir Robin Wales was elected Mayor of Newham for Labour. We don't seem to have many more mayoral results in. Hartlepool and Watford mayoral elections go to a second round. The second round being because they were using AV. You can cast 2 votes. I want this bloke first, or this person first. And if that, if my second choice is blogs. So if nobody gets 51% or 50% plus 1 vote, they take account of the second vote. So it's quite an interesting little amusing test of what isn't proportional representation quite. And Mansfield says it wants to have a mayor. So big deal. And let's go to Hartlepool, because we must find out about this monkey. Rather disappointingly, not dressed as a monkey. The mascot of Hartlepool United. United? Yes. Zainab.
Thank you, David. Well, when you had Peter Mandelson, of course, he's the local MP here in Hartlepool, a little earlier on the programme, you asked him how he'd feel about having the monkey candidate as the mayor in Hartlepool. Well, that prospect is looking distinctly really possible, because Stuart, who is the monkey candidate, is with me, and he's actually come first in the first round of elections as expected, and we think we'll have the second result announced in about 45 minutes. And Stuart Drummond, you are strongly tipped to become the first directly elected mayor of Hartlepool. How would you feel about working? Oh, that's your mobile phone going off there. Look. While you're turning it off, I'll tell people, why did you stand as Hangus the monkey? I mean, perhaps we can look at your rosette there. Who is Hangus?
It's the club mascot for Hartlepool United Football Club. It's a monkey mascot because Hartlepool's connected to a monkey legend about hanging a monkey.
Tell us about that legend.
It was during the Napoleonic Wars. There was a shipwreck off the coast of Hartlepool, and the monkey was washed ashore. Now, the people of Hartlepool had never seen a monkey, and they'd never seen a Frenchman. So, and they couldn't speak English, so they assumed it was a French spy and hung it for espionage.
So they hung this monkey
They did,
because
yeah.
they thought it was, and that's why people of Hartlepool are known as the monkey hangers.
Yeah, legacy
but this is a serious job, and if you were to become the first mayor of Hartlepool, you'd have to do a bit more than free bananas for school children.
No, there's a very serious side behind it. We've been focusing on the youth of the town. We would like the kids have got nothing to do. It's causing a rise in street crime. You know, we want more facilities for them, more leisure. We're going to pump a lot of money into the youth. I think that's very important.
And how do you feel about working, well, as you probably will have to, with the local MP, Peter Mandelson? You reckon you're going to have a spirit of cooperation there?
I hope so. I hope so. I hope for cooperation from all sides. You know.
Have you met him and talked to him before?
Not personally, no. Not personally, but I would look forward to it.
And what about all these councillors you're going to have to choose if you do become the mayor and work with people who twice your age, great deal of experience under their belt? How does that make you feel?
I'm not at all daunted. I don't know a lot of them, fair enough, but I will meet them. I will learn a lot from them. I'll listen to advice from all sides, and I will take everything in and learn as I go.
But you didn't expect to even get this far, did you? Because you're a call centre operator,
That's right.
You're a local boy, you still live with mum and dad, I understand.
I do, yeah, it's cheaper.
Well, you're going to have more than £50,000 if you do actually win the second round to become the mayor.
I think my mum will put me rent up then. No, we'll see. I'm not daunted by it at all. I used to earn that kind of money on the cruise ship, so, you know,
All right, well, Stuart Drummond, we'll have to see how you do in the next final round, and perhaps we'll talk to you then. Should just say very quickly, David, that it's not only the fact that Stuart Drummond has done so well, and I should say that the second contender is Leo Gillen for the Labour Party, but what's interesting is that he, as an independent candidate, and the other independent candidate, Ian Cameron, between them got nearly 60% of the votes cast. The turnout was quite low, 30%, but that's a real kick in the teeth to the political establishment here, that the two independent candidates do so well. And in fact, the leader of the council has actually failed to get through on the second count. So it really is a bit of a wake-up call to the Labour Party, the Conservatives, the Lib Dems in the North East region.
Zainab, thanks very much indeed. Well, let's now have a look at London. 32 boroughs in London, all electing all the councillors, and some of them electing mayors to boot. Peter.
Yes, indeed, David. 1/8 of all the people in Britain live in London. Just a reminder of the projected share all over the country, 34%, absolute tie there for first place, with the Lib Dems in third place at 27%. So Tories up a bit on the general election, only a fraction up on the general election, Labour substantially down. London, 32 boroughs, as you said, 5 million voters could vote altogether. We've still no clear idea of turnout in London. One of the problems is that so many boundaries have changed in London, it's really quite impossible to compare like with like, from old times to new times. Here is the position of the last 4 years. We had the Blues for the Tories there, only 5 of those Tory seats, right down there from Bromley up to Westminster and Wandsworth. And then we have 18, Labour massively dominating London in the old house, if you like. The NOCs, the overall controls, right the way from Hillingdon over here to Havering. And 2 interesting ones here. Redbridge, very much a Labour target. They want to take control of Redbridge. And Southwark down here, Lib Dems and Labour both fighting like cats to get Southwark for themselves. The Tories, quite keen on Harrow, quite close there, only 1 away from majority in Harrow. And down here in Croydon, the Tories also would like to get hold of that. So what is actually happening? Well, we think we can call with some certainty that the way we think the 3 boroughs here in the middle, Kensington and Chelsea, Westminster and Wandsworth will go. They'll go for the Tories. We think that Havering is likely to stay an overall control. The Tories won't win that. And the other ones we're not too sure about yet. We're still counting. Notice down here, the Liberal Democrats, I'm just flashing here, the Liberal Democrats taking, the only one clearly we think that's going to change hands is Kingston, which was an overall control, almost certainly going to the Liberal Democrats, and the Liberal Democrats holding on to Richmond and Sutton and Sheen. So that's the picture in London then. Not a great deal of change so far, but keep watching the map.
Peter, thank you very much indeed. Let's join Gita Harrott in Southwark. Gita, hello, good evening.
Good evening to you.
We saw Simon Hughes from Southwark earlier on, who hadn't been able to cast his vote. But what about the people who have cast their votes?
Well, only a small percentage of them have in this part of London. From what we gather, in the lower 20s, we can't get an official figure, and we've had very few official results. But it certainly looks as if we're in for quite a dramatic change. This area, in some shape or form, has been governed by the Labour Party since 1934. That's 68 years of Labour rule. Well, tonight, the Liberal Democrats, I can tell you, are confidently predicting that they've overtaken Labour. Labour are quietly conceding that is probably the case. It might well be the case that nobody here has a majority tomorrow morning, but it looks increasingly likely as if the people having to pick up the pieces, having to try to form an administration, will be the Liberal Democrats. They're living in hope. They're crossing their fingers with a few of the wards that are still being counted that they can scrape a majority together so that they can actually press ahead with some plans they have for this area. But it certainly looks as if Labour have been overtaken by the Liberal Democrats here.
Guido, thank you very much. And let's go to Enfield, where we were earlier on, and Nick Robinson is there. Nick.
Well, the mood has changed here, David. When we began tonight, the Tories confident of some gains, but not at all confident of taking the council. Now they are. They believe they will take this council. So do Labour believe that they'll lose it. Now, there aren't many seats actually having been voted, but those they have are in the traditional white working class poorer parts of this borough. And surprisingly, all three of the seats in one particular ward swapped from Labour to Conservative. There's another group about to come through in the same way, and already 4 of the ruling cabinet, the system they have here for running Enfield, of the Labour group, they've lost their seats. So the Tories are all smiles because, of course, the huge significance here, this was Michael Portillo's seat. This was the seat where we watched Stephen Twigg smile 5 years ago as he realised that this part of outer London had gone Labour and that the Labour government didn't just have a small majority, it had a landslide.
Thanks very much, Nick. Labour have lost control of Waltham Forest. That's the first Labour loss in London, or loss of control in London. Now, Alison Park has just joined us here. Well, she's been in and out, but we haven't spoken to her yet, from the National Centre for Social Research. What do you make of the results we've had in so far? We've talked a bit early on this evening about turnout and about different ways of voting and all the rest of it, but your organisation looks at what motivates people, why they vote the way they do, what it is that's gone on. What is your interpretation of the results we've had tonight so far?
Well, I think the key starting point is the fact that people have always been less likely to turn out and vote in local elections than they have in general elections. And obviously, there's a limited amount that simply changing the way in which people vote can do. That the fundamental issue seems to be the fact that people don't really care that much about local government. They don't really see what impact it has on their lives. They're not very clear about how it works. The experiments that have been carried out with turnout are very encouraging. I mean, the all-postal ballot, where that's the only way you can vote, has had very, very significant increases. Some of the other experiments, so text messaging or voting over the internet, I think the success has been more limited. And what we're still waiting to see is whether or not the directly elected mayoral elections are going to have any impact on making people engage more with local government, because one of the original intentions of introducing them was to try and clarify to local people what goes on in local government, to introduce a figurehead who would be seen as being accountable for the decisions that were being made by the local council. And so far, the turnout in the 2 results we've had has been 26% in Newham, which isn't particularly high, and only an estimated 30% in Hartlepool. So the jury's out at the moment as to whether the introduction of directly elected mayors has actually had that much impact on people's views about local government.
If people don't understand what local government's for and aren't interested, why, when they get given a postal ballot, do over half of them vote?
Well, I'm sure there are lots of different sort of motivations that underlie why people don't vote. And I mean, one of them will be simply the fact that, you know, they actually have to make an effort on the day to go to the polling station. So I'm sure that if you can vote in advance with a postal vote that's maybe been lying on your table for a couple of days, where all you have to do is put your cross on it.
You still have to go to the post, don't you? Which
well, you probably walk past that at some
point
point in the day.
Find a consignia red box that'll take it.
Yeah.
What do you think, Andrew, of the
reasons why?
Well, the reasons why people aren't interested. I mean, Alison's saying people aren't interested in local government. They don't know what it stands for. They don't know what it means. They don't care about it. You suddenly give them a postal vote, and half of them go and vote.
I think it's
not that
just,
bad,
it's
is
just
it?
that small nudge, clearly, that people are prepared. I mean, the other reason, of course, that people have had a problem with local government is that parties of both stripes over the last 50 years have talked about the importance of local government endlessly, particularly in opposition. When they're in government, they keep taking powers away from local government, and local government has a lot of its authority and autonomy hollowed out from inside, and people notice
Three-quarters of
this.
the money comes from central government anyway, doesn't it?
And endless directives and finger-wagging from central government about what they should and shouldn't do. Now, yet again, the Conservatives are now talking about let's make local government really powerful again. Well, all I would say is that all parties in opposition tend to do that.
Tony King.
One of the things that's quite clear is that this whole arrangement has backfired from the government's point of view. It was intended really to do two things. One was to recreate strong local government and enthusiasm.
Sorry,
the business of inviting local people to have a referendum on whether they wanted to have a mayor. Most of those have been lost. And then when you have a mayor, what do you get? Assuming that Middlesbrough does what we think it's going to do later today, you have, instead of a whole string of Labour mayors, you have Robocop, apparently a good chance of a monkey in Hartlepool, a Lib Dem in Watford, and Ken Livingstone a couple of years ago in London. I mean, it's not panning out terribly well from this allegedly control-freak government's point of view.
What do you think of the mayoral system?
Well, I don't actually accept Tony's description about being control-freak government, and the directly elected mayor's point is directly designed to indicate we're prepared to let it go. Now, as it happens, I think Tony's right. I think the results, if they are as appears to be this evening, will give us cause to think carefully about whether this was a good idea and how it should operate. They were always designed from that point of view as being pilots, and the biggest argument
the results.
for them,
Which results? The results where people have said they don't want to have a mayor on a referendum, or the people who've actually been chosen?
Well, both. There's been a large number of referenda, and I'm not sure if I've got the figures exactly right, but certainly I think it was a minority, certainly not a significant majority of cases where there have been referenda have people decided to go for directly elected mayor. That in the case of the directly elected mayors, I think the monkey case is a serious issue of that kind. The Mallon case is different. Mallon, in my opinion wrongly, but has a high reputation in Middlesbrough, and I think people, in a sense, he was the kind of person who might have been imagined to be a directly elected mayor candidate, someone from slightly outside the political system who would challenge it.
But aren't you making Tony King's point for him? Because here are you saying,
yes.
well, no, but you said it's not true we're control freaks, but you're now being a control freak. Because you're saying I don't like the people who've been chosen as mayors. So we might have to rethink the system.
I'm saying that both in the devolution of Scotland and Wales, in the London mayor process, and now in these directly elected mayors, we're saying we're prepared to take the risk of seeing who's elected by a different route and see what happens.
But if you don't like them, then you say you're going to reconsider it.
No, I'm not. What I'm saying is
what you said.
What I'm saying is, David, that when you look at the results of all of these elections and at the referendums, you have to decide where you're going to go in this. Is this an approach which has benefited local government and local democracy? Now, Ken was interesting when he was talking on the programme earlier about whether he thought it had done so in London or not. And we'll see how it goes.
Okay.
And to be blunt, there are people within our party who think it is the way to really move things forward. And there are people who are very doubtful whether it really makes much of a difference. And that debate will be intensified by the results this evening. That's what I'm trying to say.
We've been joined by Damien Green, who's Tory Shadow Education Secretary. What do you think on this point, Mayors? What's the Tory line?
Well, we think that local people should decide, and it's interesting that so many of them, when given this opportunity of apparently getting more direct control, maybe getting a charismatic individual, have just said no. And I think what we're seeing this evening with the potential election of monkeys and indeed Lib Dems in Watford is that the people are just rebelling against the political establishment and are finding a way to do it. Now, in a sense, there are harmful and harmless ways to do it. Every politician should take on board the fact that people are voting this way. There are harmful ways of doing it, like voting for the BNP. There are relatively harmless ways of doing it by voting for a man in a monkey suit. But what they appear to be saying, particularly in a lot of these, in places like Hartlepool, it's effectively a Labour one-party state, is that they're not happy with what's gone on, and they're voting against it.
Isn't the problem here that politicians, the knee-jerk response from politicians when they have a concern about the system and voter apathy is to often create another form of democracy, another layer in there. I think we have that happening far too often, and the mayoral system is yet another solution that we chuck at the electorate. Why don't we just try and sort out the existing systems we have and get people encouraged to take part in that process than having a knee-jerk response of putting a different layer in place?
Okay. Very briefly, Charles.
Just to say in Watford, there's an interesting case. It was about a third, and because you have a second ballot in those system, that's how the Lib Dem point that David making, I think, is different from the monkey example in Hartlepool. It's simply the electoral system working in a different way to lead to a Lib Dem.
But the second preference will help the monkey as well.
Let's go back to the story of this evening of the BNP. We first of all go to Liverpool and join Richard Bilton, who's got some emails that have been sent in about this. Richard?
That's right, David. As you know, all night we've been asking for people to get in touch with us through the email and give us their view. And of course, this seat for the BNP, this councillor, has got lots of reaction. We've got Liam in Burnley who's emailed us to say, "I'm shocked that Cliverger, a middle-class ward with a very small Asian community, has voted for a BNP councillor." And Danny from Islington says, "Britain, unlike many parts of Europe, has voted against fascists. Burnley, look at yourself." And then we've got Kevin, we have don't know where he's from, but the BNP win in Burnley should be a wake-up call to not just Tony Blair, but for all of us. The BNP racists cannot keep getting stronger. Well, with me, I've got the former minister, Peter Kilfall. First of all, what do you make of this seat for the BNP?
I think it's a sad thing that this should have occurred. I think it's the second time that the BNP have ever won a seat. I think it reflects on all of us that we've allowed this poison to take hold. But it is part of a swing to the right which is taking place across Europe. And I think it's a wake-up call to, I think one of your emailers suggested as much.
They did another one. James from London says Labour must take some responsibility for the BNP election. There, in the Tories' language, breeds racism. Now, this is a very working-class area. Do you think you've lost these people? Should Labour say that, you know, we're partly responsible for these things like this happening?
I think there was always a problem that when you begin to target more affluent groups, if you like, people feel somewhat disaffected at the bottom end. They feel nobody actually speaks for them. That's a long way, of course, from supporting a pernicious party like the BNP. But I certainly know that my party, and I hope all parties, have been chastened by this result, one though it is.
Now, we did get one email from somebody who didn't leave their name, but most people who vote BNP, this person says, are not Nazis, but just ordinary people who are fed up with being treated as second-class citizens. Now, also with us is Rachel Remnant. Now, you believe in direct action. You were on the May Day protests last year. You don't believe in a party system. You believe in more grassroots spaces. What do you make of something like this?
I think that when you've got parties who are centralised, you end up with people thinking that it's just somebody in power where you've got a hierarchy, which is where you feel like a second-class citizen. People need to come together as communities and act as communities and realise who their neighbours are. And that's where you build the bonds between people, and that's where you could prevent the BNP getting in.
Do you think part of this is people, younger people under 25, losing faith in the party system, losing faith in the vote? Does that allow parties, extreme parties, to get in, do you think?
Maybe if people aren't voting for what they really would like, if they're just standing back and refusing to vote, but by getting out and protesting, getting together and in a sort of carnival atmosphere, you're using your creativity and your communities to get forward your message in a way that you can't do by just scoring a cross in a box by somebody you haven't necessarily met.
OK, Rachel, Peter, thanks very much indeed. Not too late to get the emails in. Vote 2002 at bbc.co.uk if you want to get in touch with us. David.
Thanks so much, Richard. One bit of news. Harrogate, Liberal Democrats lost 12 seats, 12 councillors in Harrogate, and they've lost control of Harrogate to no overall control. But now we stick with the BNP story and go to Burnley and rejoin John Pienaar. John.
Well, David, the BNP here in Burnley in rather a celebratory mood. One councillor elected, the possibility of another with a recount taking place. And just a short time ago, this was the scene here in the counting hall when David Edwards was elected as a member of Burnley Council. A symbolic victory, obviously, as far as the BNP were concerned, and one they fully intend to use to its maximum propaganda effect. And I'm joined now here at the hall by Simon Bennett, who is a deputy organiser for the BNP. And let me turn to you now, Mr. Bennett. First of all, why do you believe that your councillor was elected tonight?
I would assume because they're the choice amongst the councillors that were available to them, and they obviously decided that David would be the best person to represent them in the Cliviger with Wisthorne ward.
You're accused, obviously, as you know, of exploiting fears and suspicions in Burnley rather than addressing those problems in any positive way. How do you answer that?
Well, when we reject the exploiting, I would prefer to refer to it, as you did earlier yourself, addressing them, tackling them head on. That's how we regard it. I mean, obviously people say it's exploiting, but it is bringing to the attention of you know, Burnley Council, etc., that the policy where the discriminative funding has continued cannot be allowed to continue.
You denied on behalf of your party that there's any element of racism in the BNP, but you don't deny and can't deny there is a considerable element of racial discrimination. You are a racial separatist party.
Well, we have a racial separatist dimension, certainly, and to return to the accusation of racism, and we have some of the most repressive race laws in the Western world here in Britain, and if we were racist, we'd be prosecuted by now.
Well, you say in your election literature that you had second thoughts first about joining the BNP because of its extremist reputation. Now, you know, a lot of people share those fears. There are people in this town,
I'm sure
Mr. Bennett, other not, who are rather afraid, feel intimidated by the BNP and what it stands for.
Well, it's probably because the image the media have given them that's probably created that. And going back to the point about not joining the BNP earlier, I'm sure there's some people who never have dreamt of voting New Labour, but they changed over. Parties evolve, parties change, parties adapt. I'm sure we're still in that transition period.
What can your councillor, what can your party through your councillor do for Burnley? What can you do to affect events, affect the conduct of the council, do to improve the climate here?
Well, unfortunately it will be minimal because it's 1 against 44. That, unless of course we do get another one elected, then it'll be 2 against 43. So obviously his effect will be minimal, but it will give a signal for future elections to people within other wards of Burnley that to vote for the BNP is a viable option.
And it said very briefly that the election here this evening will drive business and investment away from Burnley.
Well, based on what? It's just scaremongering. That's one of the tactics that's been used throughout this campaign, fear. I mean, someone said to me yesterday, when are we going to talk about the issues instead of slagging the BNP off all the time? And I have to agree with them, that is exactly how this campaign has gone.
Stop you there, Mr. Bennett. Thank you very much.
All right.
Back to you.
See you later.
Thanks, John. What do you make of that, Andrew?
Not the brightest light bulb in the set, I have to say, listening to the BNP man there, but there's no doubt that they have changed quite a lot. They're about 20 years old, the BNP, and they came out of the kind of the great rise of the National Front and all the splits and real self-described Nazis and so on at that time. And under their current leader, Nick Griffin, they have tried very hard to present a kind of more polished, slightly smoother image. They've downplayed their background and they talk very disparagingly about the National Front, and they don't have quite so many tattoos and they don't go on so many marches. But of course, if you look at the policies, they're not so dissimilar. They remain absolutely committed to racism at the core of their politics. What they've been very successful in doing is talking constantly about crime and about poverty and about people being left behind. And there's no doubt that if you look at some of these northern cities, they are more divided. The current head of the CRE talks about a sort of form of apartheid almost in some of these cities, where you've got Asian communities who came over en masse to go into the heavy industry. The heavy industry has collapsed and they have been left. And there's been relatively little intermingling with the white communities around them in parts. So the situation in Burnley and some of these other towns is rather different from most of the rest of the country, and they have exploited that in particular.
You're nodding in agreement, Alison, as he talks about, describes these northern places.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I think the other point that we need to acknowledge is the one that Lord Ouseley made earlier, which is the fact that we mustn't forget that there is a very small minority, but a minority, a proportion of people in Britain who do feel deeply uncomfortable with multiculturalism, who do admit to being racially prejudiced. And it's not something people would normally base their vote on, but in those sorts of communities where there are the sorts of problems of segregation, where there are real worries about unemployment, where there are worries about housing and people feel deeply competitive about where resources are going, that's when an organisation like the BNP is capable of picking up votes.
I mean, one of the policies of the BNP is to stop immigration and also to encourage voluntary repatriation, whether with a bit of leaning on people to go back. Do you think people who vote for the BNP, Tony King, actually themselves would subscribe to that? They want Asians out of their town, their street?
Without any question. Some proportion of the people who vote BNP think that. Nobody knows exactly what proportion. Incidentally, it's worth bearing in mind, they fielded 68 candidates. There were 6,000 vacancies available tonight.
And then proportionally, they've done rather well if they get one or two.
They clearly have targeted places like Dewsbury and Oldham and Burnley. They've targeted places where they think they're going to do well, and even against that background, they've only got 18% of the vote. Now, we may all think that's far too high, but somebody earlier was comparing Le Pen's 17% in France with the BNP's 18% in the UK, but Le Pen's 17% was across the whole of France. There was no part of France where he was not a candidate.
So Burnley is being taken as a microcosm of France.
Indeed, and it's not a microcosm of the UK, let alone of France.
Okay. Well, I think we should move on now and have a look at Tony Blair again. These 5 years in office, we're still waiting for a bit more to come in. Charles Clarke is shaking his head sadly at the thought that we're not going to go on talking about local politics, but are going to discuss the 5 years, but we will do it. And first of all, Peter Snow has got a description of the change in Britain over these 5 years. Peter.
Well, more the change for us Britons, really, David, because it's us Britons who've had the changes delivered to us by this government, and no doubt other things as well. Let's look at, there's a Britain on the left there. There are more of us for a start, 59 million of us in 1997 when Mr. Blair came in, and now there are 60 million of us. More women than men, but interestingly, the women are going up rather slower than the men. With the population increase at the moment, since Tony Blair first came in, the increase in the numbers of women is a little bit less than... oh, there we go. No, sorry, I had a little bit of trouble there moving my picture on. Now, the average weekly earnings. Average weekly earnings is now £444. It was £367 in 1997 when Mr. Blair came in. So earnings have gone up. Interestingly, though, we can also buy a bit more with those earnings than we could in the old days. At the end of 5 years, a hamburger, we can get another 21 of those for the money, and we can get another 162 litres of petrol for average weekly earnings than we could 5 years ago. What more can you buy? Let's have a look now at computers. Computers were £999 back in 1997. A house was £69,000 in 1997, but look how they go in contrasting directions. Computers halving in price, houses nearly doubling in price to £102,000 on average. Well, now, what do we do with our time? Working week was 39 hours back in 1997. It's now down to 38, an extra hour a week. How do we spend our extra time? The answer is a mixture probably of a lot more communicating with people. 11% of us are on mobile phones in 1997. 50% of us travelled abroad in 1997. Look at the difference. Here we have that balloon inflating up to 73%, nearly three-quarters population with mobile phones, and 60% going on holidays abroad, many of them going on just weekend jaunts as well. What else do we do with our time? Well, TV channels. Look on the right there, 25 hours television per week we used to watch in 1997 on 40 channels in 97. Now we watch 25 hours a week on 366 channels. I don't know what that says about television. Anyway, let's move on now to online households. 9% back in 1997, and now they're on 42%. Doesn't seem to make much difference to online voting, according to our experts earlier on. So a big change then in the number of people using computers for the internet. And finally, in prison now, 69,000 people in 1997, but in prison now, rather more people going to jail, 77,500 Britons in jail now, another 9,000 or so, David, from before. Maybe that's got something to do with the drop in turnout. David, over to you.
Peter, thanks very much. Well, now our next... Sorry, if I could just interrupt you. Sorry, no. Sorry. Small table. Our next report on the 5 years of Tony Blair in office turns to his role on the world stage, which he's often been criticised. Indeed, our polling today shows that. Nick Robinson examines Blair the Globetrotter.
I am very proud of the role that Britain has played since September the 11th.
I think the reason that the Prime Minister enjoys his globe-trotting so much is that he's no longer adored and feted and glad-handed here, but he is abroad.
We are not a superpower today, but we can be a pivotal partner.
We should be proud of the fact that we have a Prime Minister who has that international standing.
I don't know if you realise it, but there's this chap, there's a Foreign Secretary. You know, it's called Jack Straw.
At times of international crises, he gives leadership, and thank goodness for it.
On the front line, the American military continued to soften up the Taliban defences.
So how did it come to this? A Labour Prime Minister globe-trotting around the world, facing accusations that he's doing the dirty work for an American president, but not just anyone, a right-wing Republican, and dropping bombs on a poverty-stricken country on the other side of the world. It comes from Tony Blair's beliefs, but I'm sure it's not what many voters thought they were voting for back in 1997.
Our foreign policy must have an ethical dimension.
A grand pledge from a new government, as good as begging to be shot down. Sure enough, new arms sales to Indonesia soon saw to that. But ethical is how Tony Blair still sees his foreign policy, and not just because New Labour's conscience Claire Short now has the money and not just sympathy to dole out. Ethics guide Blair in peace, but also into war.
We did it for justice. We did it for the true interests of peace and democracy.
Kosovo's refugees hailed Blair the hero, and not just because the spin doctors had schooled the crowd. They knew that this was his war, one Britain need not have waged, and which America had resisted. There is no Blair Force One, but there might as well be. He's visited 45 countries, many more than once, and it takes its toll on those of us who travel with him, if not, infuriatingly, on him. Blair seems fueled by belief that making friends makes the difference. He stood by Clinton, even when his support was dropping quicker than his trousers. He befriended Putin, ignoring the alleged atrocities in Chechnya. He parleyed with Zhang despite China's abuse of human rights. And he wooed the billionaire Berlusconi, never mind his fraud, alleged of course. We all thought that Europe was where he would make new friends.
It is our destiny to lead in Europe, and Europe needs us.
Since he's been in the saddle, Britain has argued less in Europe. But as long as we stay outside the euro, no one will see us as being in the lead. Our European destiny will, it seems, have to wait. One irony of life post-September the 11th is that it's reinforced the history Blair pledged to change. Britain closer to America than to Europe.
America has no truer friend than Great Britain. Thank you for coming, friend.
And America's best friend is nothing if not ambitious.
This is a moment to seize. The kaleidoscope has been shaken. The pieces are in flux. Soon they will settle again. Before they do, let us reorder this world around us.
That means, he told us, justice for the Palestinians. A new deal for Africa. What's quaintly called regime change in Iraq, Britain taking her proper place in Europe, not to mention ending child poverty and tackling climate change. No small challenge for the next 5 years, after 5 that have seen Tony Blair count on the world stage, but change surprisingly little.
Charles Clarke, given the amount of prestige that's attached to Tony Blair's activities abroad, why do you think it is that a poll shows 68% of people in this country think he travels too much, goes away too much, isn't at home on the job?
I'm sure that people don't always see the direct relationship between the international activity which any Prime Minister necessarily must do and what's happening in our own communities. I think that's wrong, because I think many of the major big issues, whether it's terrorism, the environment, migration across the world, do have an immediate knock-on in our societies in different ways. And the more that we can do to create a stable world, the better. And the Prime Minister's been particularly successful, I would argue, at being able to influence the world agenda in a way that creates a more stable future for ourselves. But if you take crime and immigration, for example, in this country, the state of affairs in Afghanistan, in the former Yugoslavia, has a direct knock-on onto the stability of the society in this country. And I think it's worth trying to do what we can to get a more stable state of affairs, and that's what he does. But the relationship is not always clear.
Conservatives want him to travel less. One point in the House of Commons talked about him visiting Britain in scathing language. Do you think he's doing wrong by going away so much and playing the part that we saw him playing in that film?
Well, it's not just Conservatives, as you say. The people think that as well, and I think the correct impression has got abroad that he's beginning to use the rest of the world as an escape from the failures at home, that people are living here thinking my local hospital's getting worse, the local schools are getting worse, the transport system is lousy, there's rising street crime, rising violent crime. Why is he somewhere else? Why is he here doing the job he was elected for?
Would you not have had him? Would you not have had him support President Bush in the campaign against terrorism, and not go to India, not go to Pakistan?
No, I think obviously we supported his support for President Bush and the war on terrorism, but it seems that the balance has got out of kilter, and I think that's the thing, that he's using it as an escape route.
I see. Okay. Well, now we've got some news apparently from, where would it be? Enfield. Nick Robinson. Nick.
Yes, David, we've been predicting that the Enfield Council would go Tory. It is now clear that that is going to happen. The Tories are claiming victory. This is a very important victory for them. For 8 years, Labour have run the council here, but much more symbolic nationally, of course. This is the place that Michael Portillo lost his seat, that Stephen Twigg replaced him 5 years ago, increased his majority at the last general election. 3 solid Labour seats here in place of 3 solid Tory seats in the past. Now the Tories are back, and I have to say at the beginning of this evening, they didn't expect to be.
Nick, thanks very much. I'm sorry, up in Liverpool. I was going to say down in Liverpool. Richard Bilton, you've had some more emails in?
Yeah, we have. The emails have been coming in a lot, actually, over the last sort of hour and a half since that news about the BNP came through. I'll read you a couple now. It's surely sad when the Nazi parties like the BNP win seats in this country. These fascist, racist and fear-mongering organisations need to be exposed by local councillors and local people. Lots of anger, lots of people shocked by what's happened. Lots of people directing their anger at the traditional parties. Shame on the Conservatives and the Lib Dems for not fielding candidates in the area and letting the BNP in. That's Derry from Lancashire. Well, you know, part of the thing we've tried to explore tonight is those people under 25, what they think about what they've seen in this election and what they think for the future. And with us, we've got Alexandra and Tanya. Alexandra, first of all, I know you've voted. What do you think about what you've seen from the parties in this campaign, in this election?
Well, to be honest, there hasn't really been that much publicity in this area about the parties and candidates, so I can understand why parties such as the BNP have got seats, but hopefully, you know, the parties will get their acts together and sort it out, and a bright future to look forward to.
And what the parties are worried about is kind of losing people like you, so that you sort of feel sort of turned off by the whole electoral process. Is that happening, or will you be won back, do you think? Why aren't you bothered?
I just don't think if the parties aren't bothered, then young people are thinking then, well, no, I won't go out and vote. But I think if they just pick up their acts, then definitely I'll go out and vote again.
Alexandra, thanks very much. Now, Tanya, you haven't even voted yet, so you're very much one for the future. What do you think about what you've seen in this election? You know, things have happened tonight, some shocking things in people's views. What do you make of what's happened, and what will it make you think for the future?
I was quite surprised at how uninformed people seem to be. I think steps should be taken to have them more informed to politics and party ideology, definitely, so they know what it is they're voting for and that they are going to be affected by it.
You are going to be what they're chasing next time. What would you say to the parties?
Get more ideology out and inform the people better, so they know.
Okay, Tanya, that's great. As I said, we've had the emails all night. We've actually taken hundreds of emails. 2 big issues, really. For the first part of the evening, it was apathy and people wanting to get involved and why people weren't in the first place. But since that vote came through from the BNP, that's really changed everything. Lots of shock, lots of anger, lots of people wanting to make their views known. David.
Thanks very much. Let's go now to Peter Snow for a final look at how the result in popular terms has panned out. Peter.
Right, David. Well, Few results still to come, of course, in London, but most results now come in from all over the country. And interestingly, the Tories have now slipped ahead in the popular share of the vote. Projected share now looks like Conservatives on 35% and the Labour Party on 33%. So Ian Duncan Smith will be able to say he did better in this election than William Hague did in his first local election 4 years ago. 2% ahead of the Labour Party. May change a bit the rest of the night, but on the whole, it looks the Tories winning this local election in terms of share. 27% the Liberal Democrats, only just below their best in local elections so far. What are the national implications of this then? Turnout, incidentally, slightly up, it looks, on that record low 2 years ago. Let's open the doors of our swingometer now. Here's our swingometer, and there is the laser beam pointing at 167, the Labour majority last time. There has clearly been a swing from the general election last year through those, scything through those red Labour seats there, over here to the right to the Conservative Party. They need a 10.5% swing if they're going to win at the next general election. A majority have just won. It's nothing like that much. It's about half that. Let's move it now to where we have the swing at the moment. If we look at the share of the vote today and compare it with the general election, then we have a swing of 5.5% to the Tories. That would see the Labour majority right down there in the 20s, perhaps. Not very far from a hung parliament, as you can see. But, of course, the trouble is there's another measure of the swing from the last election, and that is the opinion polls. And they're suggesting, the opinion polls are asking, after all, the question, how would you vote in a general election? The very latest one from ICM suggests there's a 3% swing to Labour. So the Tories still nothing like there yet. David.
Thanks very much, Peter. News from Hartlepool that Stuart Drummond, Angus the Monkey, won. So he is now mayor of Hartlepool. The other thing is, I think that's very interesting, is that according to our experts at the back, the reason that popular vote is changing is because of these London results piling in. And so whether it'll stop there or go on a bit further, Tony King, I don't know. It could go, what is it now, 35 Conservative, 33 Labour, 27 Liberal Democrat.
Yes, though they make these predictions very carefully on the basis of the track record of the boroughs that they've already looked at. So I doubt it's going to change very much. It might by 1 percentage point, but probably not more than that.
OK, well now let's go back. Let me just do London for a moment. We've had 11 declared so far in London. Labour's lost control of Waltham Forest and Harrow. Liberal Democrats have gained Kingston. Conservatives have gained Enfield, which had a Labour majority of 16. Liberal Democrats look as though they might gain Southwark, and it's their top target. And there's a possible Labour loss of control in Lambeth. So let's just talk about these new results that have come in for London, shall we? Because London is always thought of as Labour's fiefdom. Last election it was.
There's London, firstly, is strange politically. It used to be a donut with a red centre and a blue circle around. It's now very different and much more complex. We've had a couple of results, which you've just said, David, with which I'm disappointed. I'm very sorry we lost Enfield. I hoped we might win it, and I regret that we didn't. I'm very glad we did hold on to Croydon, which you haven't announced, but has been an excellent result, a very knife-edge result, but we did win it. I'm delighted we won Hackney back from no overall control after many years, which was an excellent result. Southwark, I think we expected to be the case, and the Lib Dems have done well in Southwark. It's a mixed picture across London, with some good results for us and some less good results for us, but I think the same would be said for the other parties too.
Mark Hayden.
Delighted. I mean, it looks like we're going to take Southwark. It looks like we'll make some good gains in Lambeth. I'm pleased we've taken Kingston. I'm very pleased also, and we haven't heard the official result, but the vote in Watford for the male candidate, which is sort of just outside London, if you like, has also gone for the Liberal Democrats. So from us, very pleased, a good set of results tonight in the London area.
OK, and Damien Green, what about for the Conservatives?
Well, Enfield is an extremely good result, 'cause that's a very big swing. As you say, Labour had a majority of 16 before. I think on that basis, and I may be foolish in an hour's time or so, that we ought to be hopeful in Barnet as well. And I think what's significant there is that those tracts of suburbia in North London, when you add in, say, well, in Hatfield, which we've taken from Labour as well, those were, as Nick Robinson's been saying, the seats where we suffered crushing defeats in 1997. If we're winning back those sort of suburban seats on the edge of London, then that is a genuine and significant step forward for us, which we didn't achieve at all in the last Parliament.
Let's turn away from London to England as a whole, and I'll then come to our commentators and experts on this, but the three of you, first of all, everybody will be expecting you to say it's been a good night for us, because that's what people always say. If you can say something different from that, how would you sum up, Damien Green, that for the Tories?
I think what's significant is that we're ahead in the popular vote in a set of elections which are essentially the Labour heartlands. I mean, this is going to be the worst year of the cycle for us. It's all the urban areas. So that's very encouraging. And if you look at the individual places we've done well, even outside London, a lot of them are in our tranche of target seats that we lost to Labour and we feel we ought to get back. Shrewsbury, Swale is basically the Sittingbourne and Sheppey seat. Places like Welwyn I've mentioned, places like Stroud. And I think that does give us genuine evidence out on the ground there that we're making progress. And the last point I'd make is that if you actually add the number of gains and losses and net them out, I actually think that the Lib Dems have done less well than I thought they would. The last time I looked, they had a net gain of something like 10. Now, it may go up a bit in London, but that's nothing like what you'd expect from the hype that Charles Kennedy was giving us earlier this week.
Well, it's a net gain of 1, as a matter of fact, so far.
That makes my case even more strongly.
Mark Oden, do you agree with him? I mean, not on the point about the Tories, it's been quite a good night for them.
Well, just on a wider point, I'm disappointed the BNP have got a seat, and I think that's going to dominate the headlines. And so, to some extent, aside of party politics, that's disappointing. I'm encouraged that the Conservatives haven't made the breakthrough that I think Ian Duncan-Smith would like to see. It's becoming quite clear that whether it's William Hague or IDS, they're flatlining around 32, 33 in the opinion polls. They've not made a breakthrough. We're seeing a steady rise. Interestingly, taking on some of those Conservatives, still winning seats from Conservatives, but also in some of those inner London areas being able to take seats off Labour, and that's good news for our party.
Okay. Charles Clarke, has it been a good night for the Tories, would you say?
I think it's been a very poor night for the Tories. Our ambition was to do better than May 2000, which was our worst performing local government elections recently, though just before the 2001 successful general election. We've done well ahead of that. The Conservatives have done well worse than that. We've held on to major cities like Birmingham, Leeds, Coventry, Dudley, Bolton, Trafford, Wolverhampton, which we really were concerned we might lose if there'd been a May 2000 position, but we didn't. We've made major gains against the Liberal Democrats in Sheffield, for example, which has been extremely positive, and our share of the vote is very strong. I agree with my colleagues that we should look at these as local elections simply rather than simply referenda on the national government at any given point. But I'm very, very satisfied by the results tonight, with the exception, as Mark rightly says, of the BNP getting any councillor at all.
And of your Norwich.
I was about to say precisely,
yes.
of my own city, Norwich, which
okay.
I regret very much.
Okay. Tony King, your summary of how we should see this.
Well, I don't think there's an enormous amount to see, in the very simple sense that I think a lot of us imagined that this was going to be a night on which there would be some pretty dramatic developments, and in particular that the Conservatives would show signs in the light of a pretty unpopular government being in power of making very substantial gains, that the Liberal Democrats might well do likewise. And the simple fact is that not a great deal has occurred. As Charles Clarke said a moment ago, the Tories are down a little bit since their really very considerable successes in 2000, 2 years ago. Labour has pulled back, but if you do the obvious comparison with 1998, comparing like with like, you find that the Conservatives are up a couple of points, Labour's down 4 points. But there isn't the kind of sense of the earth moving underneath the political system that I think a lot of us were imagining was going to take place. And the point about localism, by the way, is to be taken very seriously. Before the night started, I organised some tally sheets about councils that had changed in a variety of directions, in fact 15 possible directions. And all of the columns have councils in them. Clearly, to a greater degree than was the case 30, 40 years ago, people are, as I think Charles Clarke was saying a moment ago, not just using local elections as referendums on the government. They are actually responding to local events.
Alison Park.
Well, I think the other story, apart from how the votes have panned out, is actually looking at the turnout and the clear fact that the experiments with all postal voting have, for whatever reason, galvanised people and in some cases doubled the proportion of people going to vote. And of course the other thing we have to look at, although we've only had a few results in, are the mayoral elections, and I think both the low levels of turnout and the results in terms of who's won will probably have quite a few people reassessing whether or not directly elected mayors really are the best way of engaging people with local government.
Andrew, just before I come to you, news from Burnley that BNP have taken a second seat, and a third seat was a dead heat between BNP and Independent. and they drew lots on it, and the independent one. So there are two BNP seats. What's your summary of the night?
One thought, first of all, on that. All extremist parties, starting at the edge of a democratic political process, rely on a disproportionate hysterical response to them, so that journalists and mainstream politicians end up doing a lot of the publicity for them that they could not achieve on their own account. And we can all choose whether we engage in that process or not. In many ways, it's been rather a good night for democracies, perhaps strangely, in the sense that the votes have gone up, and that we have all learned one thing we didn't know before tonight, which is that envelopes with stamps on them work a great deal better than ballot boxes. And I think that's the message a lot of people will take away from this election. It was perhaps, you know, the last big ballot box election of the 20th century kind.
Okay, and who won?
I think overall, Labour had a better night than they perhaps expected, or perhaps many people say had a right to expect. However, right at the end, I think London have done very well for the Conservatives. If the Conservatives are going to come away pleased, a lot of that's going to be because of London, and we must assume, therefore, that there are specific London reasons for that. Probably transport. Giles Clark was suggesting earlier on, possibly house prices as well as crime.
Before we go, let's just have a look at London. Peter's got an update of the results there. Peter.
Yes, David, indeed I have the old picture of London. Here we are. This is what it looked like for the 4 years just ended. Labour on 18, no overall control 6, the Conservatives on 5, and the Liberal Democrats on 3. Quite a lot of movement. Look at a lot of Labour seats out there in outer London in the last 4 years. And just look what's happened now as we look at the likely changes. Now you can see that what seems to have happened, Waltham Forest looks as if it's gone to NOC, no overall control. Labour lost control of Waltham Forest. Labour's actually lost control to the Conservatives in Enfield. That was a big surprise. Of course, the Conservatives have been trying for a long time to get it, but Enfield is Conservative now. And we just look at the changes. Here we are. You see, there is the Harrow Labour, was a Labour council before. It's now gone to NOC, no overall control. And there too is Lambeth, which was Labour, now no overall control. The other gain there is Kingston going to the Liberal Democrats, joining Richmond and Sutton and Sheen there. So quite a substantial change, David, in London.
Peter, thank you very much indeed. Well, it's 20 to 3, so it's just to say thank you all very much for coming here and being here. And just before we go, I'll attempt a summary of the story of tonight as it's looking to us. First of all, a reminder of how the councils have gone. Labour down 7 in terms of control of councils, the Conservatives up 5, Liberal Democrats up 3, no overall control has dropped by 3, others up 2. And the story of the Conservatives, the projected share pretty much steady now at 35%, began at 33% before London started coming in. The Conservatives have made 11 gains in councils. Labour have gained Hyndburn and Rossendale from the Conservatives. On the other hand, Labour have lost control of Lambeth to no overall control, and they've lost control of Hull. The Liberal Democrats gained control of 6 councils but lost control of Sheffield. And then the BNP, they won those 2 seats in Burnley we were talking about. They averaged 18% of the vote where they were standing, and they've announced they're to stand for the Scottish Parliament. The mayoral results, Angus the Monkey is Mayor of Hartlepool. He does have a real name. And Watford has elected a Liberal Democrat mayor, and there's a Labour mayor in Newham. And that is about it. You may think sometimes local elections are thin pickings, but we do our best. And certainly we've, I hope anyway, elucidated and discovered some things about what the politicians think about the way things are going and what we all think of the politicians anyway. It's all for the moment from all of us here. Good morning.
Ron? Ron! Right.